Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Good morning everyone. The Honorable Representative from Duta Bangsa University, the Honorable Representative from Universitas Sultan Ageng Tirtayasa, the Honorable Representative from Setiabudi University, the Honorable Representative from PGRI Madiun University, the Honorable Representative from Innova, the Honorable Insinyur Suci Purwandari, Magister Management as Director of Politeknik Indonusa Surakarta, the Honorable Heads and Secretaries of Study Program, the Honorable Speakers of today's international webinar, also all participants and invitation. Thank you for joining us online today. Such a great honor for me, Dinda Marina Putri, student from Mass Communication, will be your host today. I would like to welcome you all speakers, participants, and invitation to the international webinar on green technology entitled Rethinking of Green Technology for the Greater Invention. This webinar is held in two sections. We have 4 notable speakers for each section. Before we continue to the main agenda, please allow me to read the rundown of today's agenda. First, singing national anthem, Indonesia Raya and Indonusa Mars and Hymn. Second, first section of webinar. Third, break. 4, second section of webinar. And 5, closing ceremony. The next agenda is singing national anthem, Indonesia Raya, then followed by Indonusa Mars and Hymn. Ladies and gentlemen, I request you to stand, please.
Indonesia, tanah airku, tanahku di sanalah aku berdiri dan dipanggil Indonesia kebangsaanku, bangsa dan tanah airku. Marilah kita bersatu, Indonesia bersatu. Hiduplah tanahku, hiduplah bangsaku, rayaku semuanya. Bangunlah jiwanya, bangunlah badannya untuk Indonesia.
Please sit down. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are moving to our main agenda, which is International Webinar on Green Technology. This will be moderated by Ms. Nawangsi Edina Putri, Master of Art. Thank you for your attention. And now please welcome Ms. Nawang as the moderator.
Thank you, Dinda, for the time. And good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for finding time and visiting today's webinar. This is an international webinar on green technology. My name is Nawangsi Edina Putri, and I'll be moderating for the next 2 sessions. As we know that green technology is a never-ending issue in society. Generally, green technology can be defined as a big notion integrating the development of technology and environmental science for natural sustainability to avoid environmental damage. As part of society, we are required to be more aware of this issue through sustainability and innovation concept. Accordingly, for this webinar, we bring the main topic entitled Rethinking of Green Technology for the Greater Invention, covering various fields in life, including technology, health, and tourism. This webinar is conducted in 2 sessions. In the first session, we have 4 notable speakers from various backgrounds. First, we have Dr. Rifki Irzwan Abdul Jalal from UNIKL MFI Malaysia. Good morning, Dr. Rifki.
Good morning.
Okay, how are you today?
Fine, thank you. Alhamdulillah.
Okay, and then the next or the second speaker, we have Mr. Domingo Suarez from Instituto Nacional de Salud de Timor-Leste. Good morning, Mr. Suarez.
Good morning.
Okay, how are you today, Mr. Suarez?
I'm fine.
Okay, thank you for
Yeah.
attending. And for the third speaker, we have Miss Prasiwi Citra Resmi from Politeknik Indonusa Surakarta. Good morning, Miss Prasiwi. Okay, hello. How are you today?
I'm happy today.
Okay, great. And the fourth speaker, we have Mrs. Indah Wahyu Utami from Duta Bangsa University. Good morning, Mrs. Indah.
Good morning, Miss.
Okay, Ibu, how are you feeling today, Ibu?
I'm fine. Alhamdulillah. Thank you.
Okay, great. Also, we have 4 speakers that will be joining us later in the second session. All right, before we begin the presentation, I would like to read our webinar rules. First, participants are required to activate camera and use background if possible. And then please mute the microphone during a webinar session. The microphone can be activated during question and answer session. You may ask question by raising hand or click the hand button or typing the question in the chat box. And don't forget to rename your username by following format: full name _ institution _ nation. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now I'm going to invite our first speaker, Dr. Rifki Irzwan Abdul Jalal from UNIKL Malaysia. that will be presenting about electric vehicle conversion methodology. But before, let me read his profile first. All right. Dr. Rifki Irzwan Abdul Jalal is a senior lecturer and engineer from UNIKL MFI Malaysia, and he completed his bachelor in mechanical engineering at Okayama University, Japan, and he pursued a PhD at Laboratorium University, United Kingdom. And he has a lot of expertise or skills, yeah. For example, engine and vehicle simulation, engine thermal management, advanced engine calibration, model-based calibration, and so on. Okay, for the professional experiences, he is currently a technical leader for JKR electric vehicle conversion of UNIKL, and then he got IMI certified on hybrid and electric vehicle maintenance, and he is now a leader of UNIKL electric vehicle team. And previously, within 2008 until 2012, he joined Protons, or a big automotive company in Malaysia, and the latest project, he was leading the task on reviving Proton's engine aircon dynamometer at Proton. And now he has a big project in improving the transportation and automotive industry to be more efficient, environmental friendly, and cost effective. Considering his background, it's matched to our webinar topic today about green technology, particularly in automotive industry. All right, Dr. Rifki, now you have 30 minutes for presentation, then followed by question and answer session for approximately 15 minutes. Now the time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Edina, for the introduction, and thank you for the invitation. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum and good morning to all the audience, wherever you are. Okay, let me share my slides first. Okay, hopefully you can see. Please let me know if you can see my slide now. Okay, today I would like to share with all of you about our experience and our approach on electric vehicle conversion. Okay, because this is actually a very important thing nowadays, and why we focus on this area. Okay, before we start in detail about our discussion, I would like to share with you, or the most big question is about why we need to accelerate to the electric vehicle. Okay, this is a very important question. Why we need to go for electric vehicle? Okay, please let me know if you can't see my slide. Okay, actually for us in UNIKL we have three main reasons. Okay, three main reasons. Two is in generally is about a personal reasons, but one is we can say is about a global reasons. Okay, the first reason, if you look into my slide here, right, is about it's not because we got the idea from after we pray, but actually, if you can see here, there are a few occasions for Muslim when they can gather to masjid. Okay, usually during festival like Aidil Adha or Aidil Fitri, but other than that, usually during the Friday prayer, you can see a lot of people gathering to the masjid. But the problem with this is actually after the Salat. If you look here in the video, I believe this should be almost the same as in Indonesia, okay? But the issue here is that you can see people after they done their Salat, they walk side by side with the vehicle like motorcycle, car, and so on. you can see there are kids, there are adults, there are veterans, they are exposed to the emission emitted by the vehicle. This emission is not safe. Okay, I believe most of you already know that the gas emitted by the vehicle is not safe to our body and also our mind. Okay, a few gases that popular actually that are being emitted to the vehicle, like the carbon monoxide, the carbon dioxide, hydrocarbon, sulfur dioxide, nitric oxide, particulate matter, and ozone. Okay, I want to share a bit detail why this general. So I would like to go first to the carbon dioxide. If you are in automotive field, okay, carbon dioxide is always been in discussion. When we want to produce a vehicle, we always share how many carbon dioxide being emitted by the vehicle. So this is very important. Okay, the reason carbon dioxide is very important is that the carbon dioxide is actually clean. We have very clean gas, but it doesn't have color, it doesn't have odor. But the problem with that is that the carbon dioxide gas really cause the climate, the extreme climate to the world, or we usually call it the greenhouse gas. Okay, this greenhouse gas cause, for example, the flood, the heavy rain, the hot weather, the extreme cold, and so on. And you need to know that, for example, a week, usually driver in Malaysia, we can say more or less feel around 100, for example, 100 liter per week. Okay, 100 liter per week of fuel, and this is about 70 kilogram of fuel. Okay, 70 kilogram of fuel is actually, for a week we produce around 140 kilogram of carbon dioxide per week for one person. So imagine that for one person, 140 kilogram. It's not liter, but kilogram of carbon dioxide of gas being produced per week per one person. Imagine, for example, people in Indonesia, we total up how many tons, thousands of tons carbon dioxide being emitted for every single week. So this is a very big number. That's why we need to do something on these issues. The second gas is that dangerous is that the nitric oxide and also the sulfur dioxide. These gases is actually cause the acid rain, or when it mixes with water, it turn into acid. And this is not good for the environment. If you look into the picture I share below, and it also cause a bad to the body and to the mind. The next gas that I would like to share is actually the hydrocarbon, or the simplest form of the hydrocarbon is called the methane, gas methane, the CH4. This is the simplest shape of methane. The problem with methane, the first is, of course, it will affect our body and mind again, because it's very poisonous. The second is because it is actually, maybe some people do not know, it actually costs more than 80 times more dangerous compared to the carbon dioxide in terms of greenhouse effect. So this is very, very harmful. And the next one, the exhaust also produce particulate matter, or we can say the dust. The dust have many sizes. It can range up to 10 micron to the 0.1 micron. 0.1 micron means that it can easily penetrate to our blood vessel and go into our whole body. It's very, very dangerous. And the last gases that I would like to share is the carbon monoxide, where the gas is very, very poisonous. But the problem with this gas is actually it doesn't have color, it doesn't have odor. So when the gas is around us, we doesn't know that we are breathing the CO2. The problem with the carbon monoxide. The problem with carbon monoxide is that it can kill us without notice. Okay, we can be killed by carbon monoxide with only a few minutes. That's why when there are when we are in workshop or something, we should have carbon monoxide alarm. So when we produce certain amount of carbon monoxide and alarm triggered, we need to straight away go out from the room because it's very, very poisonous and it could kill a person. Okay, I want to share some other data. I believe this is very important for us to know that okay, there are graph below. This is the graph time. There are driving pattern here. Before 800 seconds, you can see the driver drive very slowly, drive slow, stop, drive stop, and drive stop. After 800 seconds, you can see the driver drive fast, very fast. Is considered like a highway driving, and then stop. And in this graph also we share the poisonous gases, the NOx, the nitric oxides, the hydrocarbon, and the carbon monoxide. If you look here, the problem with this data is that we produce the most at the first 3 minutes. The D3 poisonous gas being produced by a vehicle at the first 3 minutes, and after that the gases is not being produced much, and the gas is being produced a bit more when we drive faster in the highway, but it's not much worse compared to the first 3 minutes of the car. So the question is, where we are when we start our vehicle, our motorcycle, for the first 3 minutes. Just imagine where we are, who around us, and what is the location that we are at. Okay. The first example that I can share you, of course, in the house. So for some landed house, if you look in the picture here, you can see that the gases are emitted. The first 3 minutes is near the house. During this time, when we start our vehicle, usually during this time we say goodbye to our wife and our kids. So actually, our wife and our kids are more prone to exposed to these gases. So it's very, very sad to know that it's actually our wife and our kids are exposed to these gases every single morning if they are very close to the vehicle. And the other location that also we are usually exposed to the gas, usually at the basement car park. Okay, when you are at the basement car park, yes, there is ventilation, but imagine when everybody go out from the car park after midnight, they usually go out together, and there still are people walking around to go to their car or motorcycle. During this time, these people are exposed to the first 3 minutes of this poisonous gas. And the third one, as I mentioned, of course, to the Muslim, after Friday prayer, they are exposed to these gases. And I can say, like in Malaysia, Indonesia also have the biggest percentage of Muslim. We can say that Muslim are the most affected by these gases. Remember that these gases really affect the body and the mind. So we need to do something to ensure that we are safe from these poisonous gases. Okay, the second reason, the reason number 2, our personal reason is that if you look into the picture here, these are all the country, you can say are developed country, yes, but they are also a very strong country in many ways, like China nowadays, like India, Japan, South Korea, United Kingdom, America, German, France, and Italy. You can say that they are very strong country in many ways. But if you look carefully into this country, they are actually a very powerful in automotive industry. That's why what I want to tell all of you based on this slide is that if you have a very strong automotive industry in a country, usually your country will be very strong, because to produce a car, usually you need to have a very wide connection of industry to support, to build up a car. So when you have this kind of industry, the very big industry, usually the country will be a very strong country in many ways. And the third reason that I can say is an unavoidable reason. Okay, this is already ongoing globally. Okay, the third reason is that, as you can see, many countries already declare that they need to stop producing cars that they run with gasoline and diesel only. So the first country that declared to stop this kind of vehicle is Norway, 2025. Not far from today, around 3 more years. And in our region, okay, Indonesia, yes, Indonesia, they already declare when the Indonesia want to stop the running of petrol and diesel only vehicle, and also Thailand already declare, Singapore already declare, and even Cambodia already declare when to stop the production. And not just that, some company, automotive company already declare when they want to stop petrol and diesel only vehicle. For example, now Volvo already done, and there are other big company like Mercedes, Subaru, Volkswagen, Audi, GM, and Ford, Honda, like Mazda and Mitsubishi, and many more. So just imagine if all these country, the big country, if you see the country that I share that declare, and also all the automotive maker they already declare, we need to be ready that we need to be ready in the future, that in the future it will be electric vehicle. Okay, Malaysia, Indonesia, and all the country in our region need to be ready, because when electric vehicle come into our country, okay, Malaysia or Indonesia, currently yes, a lot of vehicle already come into Indonesia and Malaysia also, but it's not in big numbers. But there will be one time that this vehicle will come into Malaysia or Indonesia like tsunami. So we need to be prepared together, okay, in our region. So these the three all reason why we need to be ready, or to go or set our mind into the electric vehicle. Okay, so with all these three reasons at UniKL, what we do? Okay, what is our action? Okay, actually we have 4 direction. Okay, 4 direction. But before I explain all our direction, is that the first one is the problem, the chicken and egg problem. Okay, for electric vehicle, the chicken and egg problem is about the vehicle, whether we need to produce more vehicle first, and then we can get more charger, or we need to build more charger, then we can have more vehicle. So this is the question. If you look into the social media or in any electric vehicle discussion, the discussion is that whether we need to build more electric vehicle, or we need to build more electric vehicle charger. So what is the best? What is the solution for this, to make sure that a country can adopt the electric vehicle much faster? Okay, for UniKL, we pick the vehicle. Okay, we are obviously pick the vehicle. Okay, there are 2 reasons for this one. Okay, the first reason we pick car is because for electric car, you can charge your car at home. Okay, you can charge your car at home. So which means that when just imagine when you use your petrol car, every single morning your tank is full. So you will not have any problem to go anywhere to your journey, right? This is the good thing about electric vehicle. You can just charge to your in your house, and you do not need to queue at the pump station to fill your fuel. And the second reason, because most of the electric car price is a bit high, and usually the people who own the electric vehicle usually have a few other vehicles. So imagine if they want to have a long travel, they can use a normal car. But if they want to use a daily travel, they can use electric car. So this is two reasons why we obviously pick car. And if the car on the road, if the electric vehicle car on the road already in high number, we believe that there will be no problem. The charger will be more too, because the charger, the company that install the charger can see that the market is there. They know that when the car is more, they know that they doesn't have any problem to invest to build up more charger because they can get the return faster. So we believe that in Unical, our approach is to ensure more car, and then we believe that we can get more charger after that. And that's why our first direction is that to promote EV as more as frequent as possible. So if there are any knowledge sharing, we will love to join. If any training required, we provide the training. So that's why we want to promote again and again about the electric vehicle. Okay, the problem with electric vehicle is that, okay, this is the price I share it with you in ringgit Malaysia, in Malaysia currency. Okay, for Tesla in Malaysia, the cost around 1 billion rupee. Okay, 1 billion rupiah. So it's expensive for Tesla and can go to 3 billion rupiah. So it's very expensive as the electric car, and other like more than 1 billion rupiah for Porsche. Mercedes almost 1 billion rupiah, and Mercedes is about 1 billion rupiah. And a cheaper electric vehicle that available now is Nissan Leaf. Is about half of it. Okay, but still expensive. And so for Hyundai also is very expensive, but we can say that most of the car is about for at least 450 million rupiah and above. So it's still expensive for general people to buy the electric vehicle. And this is just first of all, I want to share the sale in Malaysia first. Okay, this is top 10 sale. If you see, 30% of the sale in Malaysia is around 60,000 ringgit or 120 million rupiah. The vehicle price is less than that. So this is 30% of the market. And other than that, we exclude the highlights because it's different segment and different price. Other than that, it is less than 300 million rupiah. So this is 18% market, and if you add up these two, it's about 48%. It's about 50% of the market is less than 300 million rupiah. So in Malaysia, if they want to sell an EV, they should have a similar segment with price less than 300 million rupiah. So that is the target. For Indonesia, this is just recently what I got for 2021. Okay, the first one is around 300 million rupiah below. Okay, this is about 22% of the total market. And other than that is cheaper car is a bit different concept in Malaysia. Cheaper car is from top 5 to top 10. This is about 60%, which is add up. We can say that 38%, almost 40% of Indonesia market, which should be less than 300 million rupiah. If we can get the car below 300% rupiah, any MPV, electric MPV, I believe it can be a good sale in Indonesia too. And that's why with that problem, our focus is rather than promote to buy a new vehicle. So our concept is to promote the vehicle conversion. So to convert a normal vehicle to an electric vehicle, it should be much cheaper compared to buy a new vehicle. So we focus on government fleet, we are focused on public transport, we focus on company utility vehicle, we focus on vehicle on small island to do the conversion activity. Okay, for this conversion, we prepare a few modules. Okay, a few modules. So before we start, we know how to approach the electric conversion. Okay, for first module, actually we have introduction. Of course, more or less what I am presenting now is more or less the similar, but the difference is that I also share about the what is the fuel cell or hydrogen vehicle and what is a hybrid vehicle. And the second module is very interesting. What is the comparison, the component differences between electric vehicle and the combustion vehicle? Okay, for this one, for example, we compare the characteristic of engine for combustion and characteristic of electric motor. So we can know both characteristic, the differences of between them. And we also and for some of you that know about this map, okay, this map, actually if you are in automotive, usually they know what is this map meant. Okay, this map is about the engine efficiency. Okay, you can see the green part that I have is the one that I highlighted, where the engine run at the best efficiency. Okay, usually around 30% for normal engine, but for EV, they can run up to 95% efficiency. And this map of the green area are very big. Okay, but the problem with normal combustion engine, if you have the highest efficient is only 30%, to get 30% efficiency is almost impossible. Or we can say just a few seconds, if you drive your car, you can only reach this efficiency is only a few seconds. So it's a bit waste of engine fuel actually when we are driving compared to the electric vehicle. Usually when we drive electric vehicle, most of the time we can reach the efficiency zone. And we also compare the service maintenance. Okay, what is the service that we need to do and so on, what is the different service pricing and so on. And we also compare what is the benefit in terms of money when we drive at Malaysia, Thailand, Indonesia, Philippines, or even bigger country like Japan, China, USA, or England. Okay, the third one is more technical. Okay, the third one is more technical because it's on how we want to develop the specification of the electric vehicle. For example, what size of the motor or what size of the battery should be installed to the vehicle. So this is more technical module. So for example, the first one, we share our general flow on the process of how we want to develop the conversion of an electric vehicle. The first one, we need to know the objective, okay, whether the car is for the racing track or the car is for a short distance, less than 5 kilometers, or the car is for buses that run at the same route every single day. And then we can develop the spec. Then we need to, number 3, we need to educate ourselves that we need to know the electrical hazard, the fire hazard, the gas hazard, and every issues when we do the development. Then we start a flow 5, 6, and 7. Okay, this usually start at the same time, and we do this simulation and analysis and so on, and until we get the objective. Then we can start the development at number 8, and then we end up with the final validation, whether we want to check whether the vehicle that we develop is as what we plan, the initial plan in the objective. Okay, the next one is you need to know that when we develop a new conversion, usually this vehicle will fall between these three items. It will be around the current spec or the benchmark data or the actual driving analysis. So the new spec usually fall under these all 3 criteria, usually not outside these 3. And we also do this, we also share in our training on some case study. For example, this driving analysis, you can see that the driving is not that fast on the graph on the right, showing that it drive only for 80 kilometer, 90 kilometer peak, but the average is around 40 kilometer per hour. But the differences in this driving pattern is that it idling more than 2 hours. Okay, more than 2 hours. So we need to share on how to develop this driving pattern. Okay, for the vehicle. Sorry, how to develop the vehicle for this driving pattern. And lastly, we also have the software, which is the industrial software. It is called the GT suite or from Gamma Technology. From this software, we can do the analysis, and then we can get the proper motor sizing, proper battery sizing, the current, the voltage, and everything. So from there, we can know what is the best setup for the vehicle. And the next one is resource and listing, because when we want to buy a component, we need to know what is the spec. What is the spec? For example, electric motor, there are a lot of parameters. We need to know what each parameter meant. And for the next one is about the traction motor. And we will share about how is the traction motor being tested, how the performance is being tested. And we also share about why what is the performance looks like, and why electric motor have two performance. Okay, compared to combustion engine, electric motor have two performance. We will share why, and why is that happening, and how to look into it. And for other than that, if you look here, we share the electric motor classification. But if you look into the website, most of it will say that electric motor are divided into AC motor, DC motor, and some also add a special motor. But for UniKL, we have a different motor grouping. So it's totally different view. And next is about the detail of the motor characteristic. We will also discuss on this item. And next is about transmission. If you know about electric vehicle transmission, usually they only use one single shift. So they doesn't have first gear, second gear, third gear, and so on, because they only one shift. So it's actually a lot of things that we can discuss here. Okay, the first thing first is that why this vehicle have one single shift. And then why this current trend actually from the single shift nowadays they are looking forward to have a 2 shift, 3 shift, and so on. And we will discuss why the trend in the currently are going to this way. And we will also explain on why some vehicle have more than one motor in the vehicle. They can also have 2, 3, and 4 even for their vehicle. And we also discuss the benefit and the disadvantage of this. Okay, we also discuss on some case study what happened when we run the electric motor with the gear. Okay, the next one is the battery size. We also discuss about the battery size. This is very important. Usually battery size we discuss about how big battery that we need and what is the distance that I can achieve from this. We will share or discuss the calculation behind it, how they determine the distance. For example, when you look into any vehicle, they also declare the distance. For example, 300 kilometer distance, 200 kilometer distance, how this being declared. So we will also discuss about it. And battery arrangement is also very important. We will discuss about battery characteristics and also the arrangement between series and parallel. Okay, but series and parallel, if you are in electrical, most people just say that if you have arranged the battery in series, you will get a very high voltage, and for in parallel arrangement, you will get high current. But actually, it is more than that. Okay, it is more than that because the current flow, the connection, the battery, when one of the battery is failing, what is the situation? We will also cover on this area. Okay, the next one is more on the regulation issue. It's about the battery enclosure or the battery box. Here we will discuss on what is the requirement based on the regulation, how we want to build up the enclosure. We need to be ensured that there is no explosion, there's no fire, there's no rupture, there is no leakage, there's no electrical leakage. And we also discuss the location of this battery inside a vehicle, where it should be, because when there is accident, if the battery at the collision location, there will be that might be a big problem. Okay, because the battery might explode or burn. And next we discuss about the cooling system of the battery. We discuss about if the cooling system is not good, it will easily make the car into fire, and some of the layout of the cooling system and what is the best for our climate, because Indonesia and Malaysia have almost the same climate. And next is we will discuss about the charging, about the profile charging, the type of charger, and so on. And next is we will be discuss about the battery management system. This is very popular topic also, because if we need to know how the battery is being controlled. For UniKL, we are focusing on how how the battery being monitored, the directly and indirectly. It is a bit different compared to the others. And we also discuss about the sensor, different type of sensor, the advantage and the disadvantage. And we also discuss about the how the battery control the current. Okay, how the battery control the current, because sometimes when the battery want to control at 100 ampere hour, or sorry, 100 ampere, how the BMS control this. Okay, what is the mechanism? And also we discuss about the installation, because some installation can cause the battery to, or the BMS to explode or to fail. Okay, and the module 13 is about the electrical safety, very important. Again, this also based on regulation. We discuss about the color coding of the wire. We discuss will discuss about the what it should be, how it need to be done when the wire are suddenly being disconnected. How we want to turn off all the high voltage system when the wire are disconnected accidentally. And we also discuss where the wire should be, where do we need to cover the wire, or we can make the wire visible or not. And we also discuss about the type of connection, the round shape of cable, a flat rectangle. There are a lot of difference in performance in this shape. And we also discuss on module 14 and module 15. Actually, module 14 and module 15 are under development, not yet completed, but should be soon. Water immersion, especially for Malaysia and Indonesia, is very important, because we need to know what happened when the car inside the water. This is very important for Malaysia and Indonesia, because we have a lot of flood every year. So we need to know what happened and what it need to be done to avoid any dangerous issues. And we also discuss about how to tune the motor. Okay, and other than that, I need to be a bit fast. Actually, I would like to discuss a bit more on the regenerative braking, but I need to skip this one for now, because I look into the time, it's more than 30 minutes already. Okay, the third one is actually our focus is to develop a hybrid system that solve some of the electric vehicle issue, current electric vehicle issue. And this is actually how we see the hybrid vehicle. Actually, hybrid vehicle for us is not just electric motor and petrol or diesel. It can be much more than that. We see it like we look at it for hybrid energy and also hybrid powertrain rather than just a hybrid vehicle.
Excuse me, the Dr. Rifki.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry, I think we are running out of time. Could you please shorten your
Okay.
presentation?
Right. I think I can finish it up in 1 minute, inshallah. Okay.
Okay.
Actually, we from this kind of direction, we have done a lot of things in Malaysia. We also give a talk to Oman. Okay. Alhamdulillah, being invited to give a talk to Oman Council, and alhamdulillah, a lot of things that we try to push electric vehicle industry in Malaysia. Hopefully, we can also join in Indonesia too in the future. Okay, I think that is all from me. Thank you very much.
All right. All right. Thank you, Dr. Rifki, for such useful materials. We have new insight from you that the conversion from fuel vehicle to electric vehicle is necessary because for environmental friendly. And the conversion can be employed in certain methods, yeah, covering various components like EV and ICE components comparison, vehicle-based specification, records and listing, traction motor, transmission, battery size, battery arrangement, battery enclosure, battery thermal management, charging, battery management system, design for electrical safety, water immersion, and electric motor tuning. And now we open the discussion session. Okay. I thought it's already okay. We got a question from Miss Agusti Arum, yeah. Okay, I will read the question for you. Currently, many vehicles still use gasoline, yeah, engines, so that they can switch to EV without buying a new vehicle. Or how do you convert it? Okay, and approximately how many points are there for the change, and approximately how much will it cost? And the last, what is the research potential so far? Right?
Okay. Thank you for the question. Yes, I think this is the first question that we should ask. A very good question. Okay. Okay. The first thing first. Okay. The how we want to convert the car is actually if you like to know that actually the electric vehicle system is much simpler compared to the normal combustion engine or petrol or diesel engine. It's much simpler. The issue is about the electric vehicle. We just need to know that about the safety aspect, because the issue with electric vehicle, they can burn up or even they can explode. That's the only problem. Other than that, it is much simpler and much easier to understand. And about the cost, it can be varies. It can be varies. It can be very cheap. If I do rough calculation in rupiah, maybe around 100,000 rupiah. That is the average, the lowest price, and it could be far higher than that, because when you want a higher performance, it will cost a lot. Yes. So it depends on our objective, whether we want to go for higher performance or a bit lower performance. And we can even set based on your budget too. Is there any more question that I missed? Because there's a lot of question inside one question.
Thank you for your answer. And okay, excuse me, Dr. Review, for the last question from Miss Agusti Arum. What is the research potential so far about electric vehicle?
Okay, the research on electric vehicle. as currently the thing that most people doing the research is about the battery, because the main issue about the electric vehicle is the battery. Because the first one, the electric vehicle battery is considered still expensive. That is the number one issue. The second one is the battery is big and heavy, and the third one is the battery still considered dangerous, which is it can explode or get got fire. So people are doing a lot of research in this. There are also different direction for yeah. We right now the most popular battery is lithium, but people are all going outside of the lithium, like sodium, even totally different type of battery. Until this research is being done, I can say that if we solve the lithium battery issue, I believe there will be a lot of electric vehicle globally. So that's the main research that will be done under electric vehicle. But other than that, of course, about the how to improve further the efficiency, and also how we want to make the a smaller electric motor and more powerful electric motor. And usually when you have electric vehicle, it will also focus on the autonomous side of the vehicle. So this is also one of the research area within the electric vehicle also.
Okay, thank you for your answer. And for the next question comes from Danny. Okay, how the hybrid car could automatically change the type from petrol to electric in one car? Is it right?
Okay, for hybrid vehicle, yes, yeah, this is right that it have two sources, electric and also, for example, petrol. But the issue with the hybrid, it's not issue, but the thing with hybrid is that there are a lot of type of hybrid vehicle. Sometimes they can run both at one time. Sometimes they run focus on electric more. Sometimes they can focus on electric petrol more. Sorry, on petrol more. So Honda, Toyota, even other Mercedes, BMW, they have their own strategy on how to do hybrid vehicle. Is a lot of different kind of strategy, and they usually depends on how you want to run the vehicle. But the target is that the vehicle should run as efficient as possible. And the good thing when you have hybrid, you have electric motor, which means that when you do braking, you do not need to use all your brake pad braking. You can absorb the energy from the braking and put inside the battery. That is the best thing about hybrid and electric vehicle. Right.
All right. Okay. Is there any other question? Okay. We are still opening the discussion. Okay. So, okay. Thank you, Dr. Rifki, for your answer. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for joining our webinar today. Yeah. It's such an honor, yeah, for us to have you in this webinar. I hope your materials, your projects, your research could inspire more young engineers, yeah, to develop electric vehicle in order to support green technology, especially in automotive industry. Okay,
Okay, thank you.
thank you, Dr. Rifki. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we are moving to our next speaker. We have Mr. Domingo Suarez from Instituto Nacional de Saúde Timor-Leste. He will be presenting about readiness of health professionals to use digital technology in teaching and learning in the industrial era 4.0. And I'm going to read his profile first. All right, Mr. Domingo Suarez is a health trainer and researcher at Instituto Nacional de Saúde Timor-Leste. He completed his master degree in human resource management at Universitas Gadjah Mada Malang, Indonesia, and also completed his master degree in nursing at Universidade Nacional Timor-Leste, and he completed his doctoral candidate in nursing also at Universitas Erlangga Surabaya. He is an expert in health, especially in nursery. And for the professional experiences, he is a part-time teacher at Instituto Superior Cristal. And then previously he was the director of training at Instituto Nacional de Saúde. And he was head of Department Biomedical Research at Cabinet of Health Research and Development, Ministry of Health Timor-Leste. And now he also a general secretary of East Timor Nursing Associations. Okay. And for the projects, okay, we can see the latest of his research, yeah, about training needs analysis in maternal, newborn, and children health in Kovalima and Dili, Timor-Leste, and then learning management in the Faculty of Health Science at Instituto Superior Cristal, Timor-Leste, and work-load burnout and mental health during COVID-19 outbreak, a comparative analysis of nurse in Indonesia and Timor-Leste, and literature review entitled Analysis of Factor Affecting Continuous Based Transformative Learning Theory and Digitalization to Improve Nurse Clinical Competencies. All right, Mr. Torres. Okay, are you?
Hello, good
Okay.
afternoon.
We have 30 minutes for presentations, then followed by question and answer session for about 50 minutes. Now the time is yours.
Okay, thank you for the moderator, and good afternoon for all of participants who will take part in this webinar international. I am very great and happy to meet all of you for today. Let me share my presentation. Yes, thank you. Please go to the outline presentation. Or I will present from here. Or not? Okay, please. Thank you. I need to share my paper, my presentation. The topic is readiness of health professional to use technology digital in the learning, training, and learning during the industrial 4.0. The presentation I will show you that introduction and then advantage of the use of technology system, and then barriers or challenge where the health workers in France do use the digital technology, and also how they are readiness to use that, and then summary. So first we look at overview of the industrial revolution. We see that from to 1784 until 2022, this is already have 230 years, 38 years So have from industrial 1.0, and they have evolution up until today is industrial 4.0. This industrial 4.0 is especially in the cyber system. So we can look clearly here that industrial 1.0 is start from 1060 until 1830, and they have made cast iron and steel. So in this time, the industrial increase in terms of cast iron and steel to support construction in the world. So move to the second industrial revolution 2.0 is start from the 1870 until 1940. Is specifically developed electricity and telephone. So in this phase, already have communication and telephone, how to make a collaboration and networking between each other in the country or outside of the country. So this is a increase in the development. So until the Industrial Revolution 3.0, this is we can call that the time of the digital revolution, because in here 20th century is all the country already introduced the internet using by the everyone in the world to make the information communication between and how the health workers or generally community use the computer. So developing in the Industrial Revolution 3.0, and then have time for other time come to the increase to the Industrial Revolution 4.0. It's already come to cyber system. So in here we can see in the introduction or story that on 2011, this is originally started in the Germany. So specifically to the manufacturing sector. In here, they created the digital values, how make the communication between interdisciplinary technology to enable the digitalization, how giving the automatically communication, integration each other of the construction, the system in the education and then industrial or economical side. So in Industrial Revolution 4.0 is already a system and then put relationship between each other. So if we looking in the building block of the the 4.0 system, this already have so many program developed here. For example, internet of things, how we take communication and fastly to facilitate the education, the health working and the health system from the internet. And another is augmented reality that is all the community already understand and involved and how they use the technology in the real life, daily living. And then cyber security, already have the cyber security. If you save your document in the drive, they created the security, how they save the document to access by each other. And also the big data, you can have the big data, but you set in the system. So that is development very fast. And then come to the smartphone, mobile technologies. Until now, for example, in our meeting today, now one is now use the telemobile or smartphone. Everyone exactly that they use the technology, mobile or smartphone for the communication, for the consultation, coordination. That is the example for the industry 4.0. And the mechanically learning, machine of the learning. So have produced the machine of the learning, how facilitate the teacher and the student to make a good learning, good system in their teaching and learning. And then also for the calculation of cloud computing and the system integration and the simulation and modeling the system until to the digital manufacturing and then advanced automotive robotic. So now we already a company that have robotic production conducting to support the human how doing some job to have the human activity daily. This is a building block of the 4.0 system. So if we looking deeply, what is the cyber? Cyber is the environment of the internet. So intend internet have an environment how they use internet. So example, cyberspace is the home of Grogol, for example, Grogol. In the Grogol system, we see that the internet must be connected to the internet. If you have internet, Google, Yahoo, Facebook is not working. So this is an environment of the cyber is the internet way. So why it is called cyber? Because flexibility and flex how to describe a person, thing, ideas to development part of the computer, to take in the for cybernetics, for the great language say that a chairman or governor, director, or we call it governor, they will use the cyber to save the information, separate the information for all everything in the campus. For example, this is as part of the cyber. So next, we want to see that what is the advantage of using technology to start in the 4.0 industrial revolution in Hungary. We see that industry 4.0 versus education 4.0 is not separately each other, but that is one system, how company to support industrial support education system. So the industrial 4.0 and education, what face the development of it and the information relation with the daily living. So there is the system for obligation for the everyone to use and then to adapt the system. We can look that become a professional world tomorrow and today. Student need do what? We have 2 points here. One is data analysis. The student must be familiarized with the data analysis. Use the system of digitalization. And also interpretation. Now, not only use the manual interpretation, but we have application or we have system to how the student or teacher make the interpretation for their data or documentation, and also process understanding and optimization of technology. Even that how the system is execution, troubleshooting, and then how maintenance there. This is one obligation or needs for the teacher or student to how improve their skill in the industrial 4.0. To increase their capability and their opportunity to access to all development inside the country or outside our country. That is one good strategy or good point for this. Another is accessibility, flexible learning, and then material. So the digital will use in anywhere and anytime, easy to do, to use for everyone, and providing high motivation and enthusiasm for the student and also lecturer to continue their teaching learning process, to monitor the making the monitorization, coaching or from lectures to the student. I think this is easy to use. And also, for example, in this Jordania, one research for the 23 academic analysis, they say that use digital technology is having flexibility. For example, a learning is flexible, time and the place, not interrupt your time, your place, your another's work. But this is a flexible and easy to use this application for the learning and teaching. And then mean that when they use the digital, they are enjoy from their home and then no have time to go out the home. So get the effective time and do anywhere up to there. So this is autonomy of the user of digital technology for us. And then participant mentioned that saving money. Yeah, that is saving money. You have even you go to the campus, even you go to the meeting, everything. For example, you need to traveling, you need to use the car, you lost the money, you lost the time. But when you use the digital system, is have saving the money. So some declaration that decrease the risk of the accident. When, for example, today we are conducting this program, use the digital Zoom or webinar. This is no risk of accident for us. That is example. So that and then during digital use digital, improving technical skill of this user, even a student or teacher. And then learning model uses digital technology, including, for example, this is an example. I think that all of us here already understand and then use this regularly for our life. So this is so many applications already set up for during the 4.0 industrial revolution time. And then what is the barriers? What is the challenge to use the digital technology? Some research show that so many various challenges. For example, lack of personal interaction. Because when you use the digital, for example, today, we only depend on the internet signal. If have the internet signal is low, I think will be interrupt our communication or interaction between us. That is one. And now there is this comfort teaching and learning without the face-to-face. Sometimes this also one challenge. And lack of clinical training and patient encounters. For the student, health student or health worker, if we only use the digital on the learning and then long learning system, we are now have experience to make clinical practice there directly to the patient. So this is sometimes decrease our development the skill or development the psychomotor way. Another is a lack of participant engagement and mental stress. Also have example. So last year, 2020, when I done a research in Timor-Leste, the result is so that digital user sometimes they are stressed because they don't have experience, they don't have skill to use their mobile phone, sometimes use their Zoom like that. So increase their emotional or their stress. Giving rise to depression, anxiety, and stress. So this is have a challenge also. Both have a significant correlation between that is the satisfaction and prevalence of depression have the a significant correlation. When they have the higher depression, the satisfaction is low. When good satisfaction to use the digital, there is depression will be decreased. So this is one correlation, fixed correlation. Other is that lack of a skilled user outstanding the for learning. So already I mentioned before, and poor infrastructure also one part of the challenge. So when we want to establish and we want to increase our digital system in the campus or in health worker, health facility, firstly we need to understand what is infrastructure we need to complete before we implement this. Shortly, a learning training course, yes. Need the training before we introduce to each other. We need to start with the simple training, simple orientation, how to use the digital. Poor learning skill student and teacher also, that is have a high percent, 77.3, say that. And the speed in internet, yes, that is a common problem, not only in the Australia or anywhere, maybe in my country, in Timor-Leste, sometimes the speed of internet is one big problem here. So, for example, another example in the Nepal, they say that electricity problem. Not maybe not only in Nepal, also in Timor-Leste also have one problem is the electricity functioning. So many challenge here, but I speeded lack of policy, sometimes policy, how they set up the system, limitation of the online exchange time. Sometimes we use a digital system and learning for the examination. Something this is one challenge how the student, how the teacher to adapt and to condition with the time. So no compliance with the virtual classroom and then inadequate interaction, for I already say, infrastructure. And that is three, so that so many challenges. And now we can see how health professional business to use the digital in learning and serve. And when I read and in the globally approach, we see that the readiness of the health workers in digital technology era can be interpreted as the readiness people, system, and organization. So we have the 3 points here. Readiness intends the people. We can show that what is our capacity, what is our ability or our knowledge about the digital. And the house system, if we don't have a good system, that is sometimes have a challenge or difficult for us to start how to use the digitalization. And also organization. The organization is must have a clear rule and then system, clear regulation. For example, in Indonesia or another like Malaysia, Indonesia, already have a good system how the government control of the digital link, digital authorization, and the licenses already must be had. So give the time, give the opportunity to health workers to develop their own skill. And readiness carefully planning. So we must have a planning, the adequately planning, adequately strategies. That is one obligation for the manager, how develop their planning, good plan, and adequacy, training individual, and providing support system. And another is a physical and mental. Sometimes this suicide also contributed big system to how develop the digitalization. But when we are physically is not support, this is one challenge. And then no more give us to how freely learn more. And then acceptance is change. Sometimes have the resistance. Sometimes like in the workplace, when have we want to change some new system, new science or new models, sometimes any people is not received. Many people will resist. So this is also we need to change. So there is one example that in Ethiopia, for example, I get some article here say that all the people of mobile device health extension in working for the midwife and nurses, so that for all them already use the mobile. So nurse, midwife, and health workers, so strong. They are using the smartphone. So even by the smartphone to facilitate their self to how learning, how make the learning and the communication work. So this is model that the readiness of the nurses and the midwife and health workers in the Ethiopia is highly because they are access to the smartphone. I think not only Ethiopia, but also Indonesia, Malaysia, exactly Timor-Leste also. I see that all the people here already use the phone, mobile phone. Another example that perception of health extension worker, midwife and nurse, and say that care to face-to-face learning models, methods, say that effective method of the learning. So they have higher, say the strong agree that use the digital have the effective method of the learning. And also say that give time freely for them how to be decide for themselves when I want to develop learning, when I stop, and
Mr.
when.
Torres, excuse me.
Yeah.
You have 5 minutes left.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, yes. Yeah, that is. And another is we see that the personal health management. This is the application that fitness for the fitness, personal health record, subscription, maternity and family. So we already use the application. So many applications already done. And then even then diagnostic and trials, health workers need to study more about that. So this is a sample how they use the mobile phone, diagnostic software, and then home testing kit for now, referral and others. Virtual care and telehealth. So use the online also, on online appointment book, online everything is a use a system of online. This is a only application layer for the how develop their system. And data analytics, I already mentioned that data analysis is a one point of important point to use digital. Remote monitoring also we use digitalization. And this is a estimation cost. So we see that until 2030 will be 93.9 billion US to invest to the how develop this digital system. In Timor-Leste, I saw one example that we already have regulation that fiber optic infrastructure already set up in all the district in Timor-Leste. So this is one example. And then if we see that the connectivity between compared with Timor-Leste and then Asia Pacific already higher. For example, Timor-Leste fixed telephone is lower, but we see that use mobile cellular higher. So this is one developing good for developing point. Health in Timor-Leste we already have 13 health for 13 service in governments, and then established on 2013 about Liga Ina, we call Timor-Leste Liga Ina, putting health in the hand of the mother. So the midwife will have a link with the mobile phone to there, and for the monitoring, consultation, and then assisting for midwife by midwife. This is an example. Yes, summarize that interdisciplinary technology to enhance the digitalization, automatization, integration in the 4.0 industry. Data analysis, interpretation, documentation is based on the digital technology, and increase the health professional and student motivation, interest, how to utilize the technology digital, and also increase technology to in the digital utilization for the learning process. So this is summarize for the presentation. Thank you. Obrigado, Vara. Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello. Oh, okay. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Suarez, for presenting your materials. Now we have to open discussion session. So, do you have any question? Please type in the chat box. Okay. Oh, yeah, we have a question from Mr. Sudiro. Okay. How was nursing learning in there during the pandemic? Do you already have digital practical learning video? Okay.
Okay, yeah, good. Thank you. I think this is a good question. In terms the inside the country in Timor-Leste, we are not exactly to make the revolution, total revolution for the digital thing, digital training for the nurses, but we have some subtopic inside the module of the training. So, because for the my institution, National Institute of Health, is responsibility for the training and research for the health workers in Timor-Leste. So we are make cooperation, coordination with another agencies, give specific training about how they are make the collection data, use the tablet. This is in terms research project, but specific for the health workers, how they use their skill to work in the hospital, health facility, approach with the digital. I think in the planning, we are have how to develop this in the future. But exactly today, we are intense to the module of conventional training, but we use the monitorization by the WhatsApp or yes, WhatsApp group or Telegram for that. I think this.
Okay.
Hello.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Suarez,
Yeah.
for your explanation and answer. Okay, I hope it's clear, yeah, for answering the previous question. And we go to the next question. It's from Miss Desi. Okay, I will read.
Oh yeah.
In Indonesia, the current condition regarding health data analysis on of what which is health and data recording is not effective and efficient because the number of application administration is too much, so the data overlaps. How about the case in Timor-Leste? Please.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. I think this is a good comparison. I see that the Indonesian system for how use the data analysis in terms the utilization digital already good and good organizes. So even the skill of the how use the system to record all data, I think already have a clear system. So some standard from applied in the Indonesian. I think so many students, so many leaders from Timor-Leste also come to the Indonesia, how learning the system, how to illuminate and organize the data. But in the Timor-Leste, specifically, we have in terms of government in the Minister of Health, we have a department. We call it System Information, Health System Information Department. So all the data produced by the health workers or health facility around the Timor-Leste, there will be entered into the system, and then send it to the national, will be organized and then prepare cumulative data or summarized data represent for all territory in Timor-Leste. That is one strategy. Another is I come back to the skill of the how manage the data because sometimes in the health workers work in the health post community health center. Some place we don't have the digital media, so they are manually writing with hand and then send to the national. So this is a system, but I compare with Timor-Leste Indonesia. Indonesian system in terms the data analysis, data recording already good, and we need to the how improve, become the reference for the some health workers here. I think this is my simple question, simple response to this Purwati's question.
All right, thank you for your answer, Mr. Soares. And we move to the next question from Bardi Pratama from Politeknik Indonusa, I'm sorry. So we know that now we are moving from pandemic to endemic, right? Okay, and his question is, after this pandemic, whether the role of technology in the world of health will collaborate with some health professionals in the health field, or even because of the technological advances, especially in 4.0 era, will it shift and replace some health profession in health field? Okay, please.
Fine, fine. I think this is a relative question. For me, that technology is relevant for how solve our problem after the COVID-19 go, and then now come to the endemic. The technology digital, I think how we utilize the internet system. So internet in terms of my presentation, I showed that the system how we facilitate use the technology digital to facilitate health workers to learning and then to work is the good way is we use Google system because we put all the system in the inside our drive Google Drive. So big data we will put in here, and the simple way to teach to the health workers in the field to adapt and then to how to implement easily for themselves. This is first one, and secondly, I think we continue use the internet link, how to link to the WhatsApp, Zoom system. So this is easy to how we make in meeting and then conference to share information each other with, related with what our objective to achieve. So this is media continue relevant with our condition now. So internet is firstly system to use, and then we can use in terms of laptop, computer, or smartphone. We use three media this, and that facilitates us to how make collaboration and coordination and then push our working and then teaching and learning. I think this is my opinion for this is question. No, this is sorry for Bardi Prata question. I think you get some point
for
for
your answer.
my.
And maybe one more
Yes.
question from Damdan Denny. Okay. The
Ah,
question
yeah,
is,
yes,
what is
yes.
your suggestion for the solution of a barrier to use digital technology? Okay, please.
Oh, thank you, thank you. This is a big challenge for us. And my suggestion is only 2 points here. Back to the manager or leadership. The leadership was need make the analysis. Doing the need analysis for now that what is challenge we in front. For example, infrastructure, electricity, speed of the internet. This is must have the good management leadership to solve this one. So if we already complete and already resolve and find the solution for this, the health worker or even the student or teacher will be enjoy, will be easy to use because the facilitate infrastructure is complete. That is first point. Second point, the individual like our here, each individual must have the interest, must have motivation, they must have uh, high interest, high motivation, and then enthusiasm to learning digital. Uh, yes, sometimes have digital is fully sometimes give press, mental pressing for the uh, user. But we must have the patience, we must have the calm, we must have the enjoy to uh, receive the challenge, to receive the evolution, how to use the digital. So 2 point, this 2 point is important to make this, to find the solution to reduce the barriers and then increase our benefit or our advantage for the using digital technology using. I think this my answer for the Mr. Dam Dam.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Suarez, for your answer. From your material and presentation, we can conclude that now we are facing Industry 4.0 that required us to keep everything digital, including in health. Accordingly, the health professionals need to be ready for digital technology. It's also supported by system and organization readiness in careful planning related to needs, adequacy, training individuals, and provision and support systems. Furthermore, physical and mental readiness to accept changes in science and technology in health learning. All right, Mr. Suarez, thank you for joining us today. Thank you for your materials. It's such an honor for us to have you in this webinar. I hope we could improve knowledge in health field from you. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you so much for moderator and then leaders of the Politeknik and all institutions here, and especially for the participants, for students. I think thank you and then good afternoon. See you later.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have heard the implementation of green technology concept in technology, especially in automotive and health. Now we are going to learn it from tourism perspective. Let me invite our third speaker, Ms. Prasivi Citraresmi from Politeknik Indonusa Surakarta, that will be discussing about reusing food production waste for the economic value sustainability of society. And I will read her profile for you first. All right, Ms. Prasivi Citraresmi, now she is a lecturer in hospitality study program at Politeknik Indonusa Surakarta. She completed her bachelor degree in tourism management at Sekolah Tinggi Pariwisata Ambarukmo Yogyakarta. Then she pursued her master degree in MICE, Meeting, Invention, Convention, Exhibition at Sekolah Tinggi Pariwisata Ambarukmo Yogyakarta. Now she is a secretary of hospitality study program at Politeknik Indonusa Surakarta. She has an expertise or skill in MICE, meeting, invention, convention, exhibition, tourism, hotel management, and food beverage. Okay, for the professional experiences, she was the marketing and public relation in Politeknik Bintan Cakrawala in 2019 and lecture from study program food and beverage management in Politeknik Bintan Cakrawala and head of student cooperation in Politeknik Bintan Cakrawala. And before she started her career in academic field, she was the restaurant manager in Swiss Bell Boutique Yogyakarta and supervisor food and beverage in Swiss Bell Boutique Yogyakarta also, and her research mainly focus on tourism, hospitality, and MICE and food and beverage. All right, Ms. Prasivi, now you have 30 minutes for presentation, then followed by questions and answer session for approximately 50 minutes. Now the time is yours.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the moderator. And now maybe the first, I let me to show my presentation. Wait a minute. Okay. Thank you very much. I think my identity has information from the moderator. So I want to share to you my presentation today is that using food production waste for the economic value sustainable for society. No food waste. For the next. Wait. Yes. First, I just wanted to presentation about 4 points is in the introduction, analysis, problem and solution, and conclusion. So for the introduction, I think about myself has moderate has tell you about who am I like this, yeah. My name is Prasivi Citraresmi, and right now I'm as a secretary study program on the hospitality. And I'm finished my bachelor on Yogyakarta tourism campus, and my scope is hotel services, tourism services, my hospitality, food and beverage, and service excellence. Like this. After this, in this description, I got a new model description about the reusing food production waste for the economic value sustainability of society. Why? About the food waste. Food waste with the two ways, it's from the maximize use food materials and reuse food materials. It can mix the economic value is sustainability of society with the two ways like this, maximize and reuse. For the next, let's move. Okay, the words so very much about the stress, I think, yeah, in the word. So analysis, what's a food waste? The analysis, the big question is what a food waste? Did you know what is the food waste? Okay, food waste. Food material. I wanted to tell you first is food material. I got the three research about the food materials. The first is from the Harsono, in 2000, she says food material is produced by agriculture, plantation, animal husbandry, and food technology. And from the Isaramlin, the second resource, she says hasn't been mixed with the presentative and contains all the nutritional elements. And the Sukoharjo says material that is eaten daily to meet the maintenance, grow, and replace of damaged body tissue. Like this, from the tree. After this, okay, food waste. Food waste has significant impact on human life, for example, causing hunger. Food waste consists two parts, is the food loss and food waste. What the difference about this? Food loss, food waste that come from food stuff such as a vegetable, fruit or food that is still raw, but cannot be processed into food and is finally thrown away. So, but for the food waste that is already to be consumed by human, but it's thrown away and end up piling up in the landfill. So, what the difference about the food loss and food waste? Food loss is come from the food stuff, so it's not be consumed. But for food waste, it's already to be consumed. Like this. After this, food loss. I say the first is food loss first. Food loss, I say before is food loss is not to be ready to be consumed. Yeah, sorry. It's loading. Okay, food loss. Food loss. I got one happens in the Indonesia. In Indonesia, there have been many cases in the food loss. One of which happened in Banyuwangi. You know about the Banyuwangi, right? Where the dragon fruits farmer threw their fresh dragon fruits into the rivers. This situation is very unfortunately. I think maybe because maybe not good quality from the dragon fruits like this, or maybe false about the fruits. Therefore, as a consumer, we should have to make better planning before buying food ingredients so that this food stuff can be used properly. So if you say, I'm sorry, I don't like it, some apple maybe, so please don't buy it, because if you just buy it and you don't eating it just to be a food loss, isn't it? So what are reasons? What a reason of food loss? Reason of food loss is the first. The pre-harvest process do not produce the desired quality. So some farmers says not good quality, so they come to selling that. So maybe pre-harvest process is not procedures. So okay, we are just address it. After that, the second is problem in storage, handling, packaging, so that the manufacturer decide to throw away. So the problem is the big problem, because the fruit maybe it's good. The fruit it's good, the condition is good, for the taste it's good, but the storage, how to handling it and how to packaging. So when the farmer have a fruit and after this they are packaging from you as consumers, but until on your places the food is not good condition and it's going to be eaten. So it will be the food loss too. The third is lack of the consumer demand in the market. So nothing person want this product. The market price game between agents and distribution that cause price are soared sharply and ends up being unsold. So the pricing so very high. We think maybe in Indonesia we have a case like a spy. I'm sorry, about the chili. If you have information about that, the chili in Indonesia is so very high just for the price. So some people or much people better than and the chili is so very high price. So I wanted to moving go to the chili's house, maybe it's more cheap and anything. So the market price game it's between agent like this. Too long in the warehouse and over time it becomes stale, moldy or smell bad. So it has expired if we are says. After that from the six, not stored perfectly so that its life becomes sad. So if you have about a meat, maybe you can choose saving this on the freezer, and the meat will be the long time for the time for the consumption. And the seven, the last. Why the reason of food loss? The seven is those of you who are not wise enough to buy foodstuff and eventually the foodstuff root in the storage or refrigerator. So maybe some consumer or consume buy just wanna about the emotional. It's a good. It's maybe in Indonesia it's cute. So I wanted to buy it, but you don't know you are needed or no. So it will be just be a root in the storage like this, yeah. After this, after we study about the food loss, we will to study about the food waste. What is the food waste? We have a food loss and food waste. Food waste that accumulate in landfill produce methane and carbon dioxide gas, while both are not healthy from the earth. To reduce the amount of food loss and food waste, one the easy ways to do to be mindful in food consume and by spending the food you eat. Yeah, maybe I say I'm here. I don't know I doing that or not, but maybe if you go to the some restaurant and you got some buffet, maybe I wanna the price so much. I wanna maybe for the meat so much, and because I had a price because I pricing it so expensive maybe, but you don't know the quantity about your body. I'm so very full, and your plate. How about this? It will be the food waste. And if you are eating this 3 times on one days, can you to imagine that how much food waste you doing, you produce about this, isn't it? So please don't make the word more be said again like this, yeah. Food waste. What a reason? Yeah, it's the big question. What a reason about the food waste? I have to say to you a little about the don't waste a food. Please, if you are putting something on your plate, please finish it until still more better finished. Eat not according to your portion on your food. If you are kind of to finish your plate, please don't put it full more. Okay, you know about your body, you know about your stomach. Please, you put it as you are. I just can to eat it half of plate. Okay, you just put it like this. This is a portion. So the third, buy or cook food you don't like it. Yeah, it's so very much millennial maybe I think. Millennial so lovely for the scrolling TikTok or maybe Instagram, isn't it? So you are looking some people trial about the cook something and you are it's cook it's easy, isn't it? So you are wanna try. I wanted to try to make it in a home, and after that, it's not good taste. And what happened? What happened is you will be food waste, isn't it? So please be wise about that. Lifestyle or prestige? Prestige spend food in front of crowd. So it is maybe for the some millennial too. I say it because I'm the millennial. I think yeah. So I say to you, prestige. Prestige is my friend is buying about my friend's buying about the wagyu maybe wagyu beef. So okay, I can to buying it too, but you don't like about the wagyu. You just like about the lamb maybe. It will be the food waste too. Please handle your emotional and you can to help the world from the food waste, isn't it? After this, yeah, last night, I'm searching and I'm reading some book or some journal and I read it and okay, it's so very wow, amazing. We don't know about this. 30% cereal, it's making food losers. Food loser cereal. Did you know from the cereal, what is that? Pasta. Pasta, it's make 30% for the food loss. 45% food loss from the fruit and vegetables, root and tubers. Is so very much. Because maybe some people is cannot how to handling it. Maybe some people say if you like a banana, maybe for one example, banana is cannot use saving in the refrigerator. But some people will be the saving in refrigerator and the banana will be go to black. After that, you don't want to eating it again, isn't it? After that, the 20% and so much persons is on the 30% with the fish and seafood. Fish and seafood, food losses. Why? Why the fish and seafood 30% for the food loss? In the journal says, they say fish and seafood, so much people don't know how to the standard safely in the freezer and last a long life from the fish and seafood is. So it will be to be the open our mind. All right. Okay. We are still reading something. I had to you says the food waste has two, food loss and food waste. Can you to fill in this, or maybe can you to give to me where is food loss and where is food waste? A or B? Maybe do you wanna to give me something? A or B? Maybe a moderator can to help me.
All right.
Where
Anyone?
is food loss and where is food waste?
Can we guess where is the food loss and the food waste? A or B? You can answer in the
Okay.
chat. Please.
A, yes. So thank you for the moderator. So food waste is on A because it's ready to be food, but it wastes. And food loss is B. Food waste is A, food loss is B. Okay, because it's not prepared to handling like this. After this problem and solution, a big problem. So how to be a problem and solution? How to maximize use or and reuse food material? What's a solution? Okay, this a solution. I'll try to searching a research on the 6 research. And for the VAOPBB, 213, CC explained that the amount the food loss and food waste is calculated to reach 1.6 billion ton per year, of which 1.3 billion tons are food that actually still fit for consume. So much. So unit that UNEP says until 219, it was recorded that around 931 million ton of food waste produced each year. 61% came from households. Okay, 26% from food services and 30% from retail. This shows that 70% of the world's total food production becomes food waste, and the largest contribution from household, from the house, isn't it? From a people. Can you imagine? We are, it's a produce, so much waste every day. So in SIPSN, he said not that food waste will reach 46.35 million tons on the national scale in 221. This month occupied the large composition of the total waste generated in a year. Plastic, which is more often a cause and threat of the environment, is in the second public with the 26.27 million tons. So we are always to stand up about, oh, please not be using the plastic. I don't want to using a plastic. I'm a healthy, isn't it? But did you know the plastic is second? The first is the food waste. Like this. Next, the first is Bapenas. From the Bapenas, the potential food waste generated from waste food before being processed of food loss and food waste. In Indonesia, 20 until 2019 reached 23 until 48 billion ton per year and equivalents. It's same like a Barilla and PPM. We say same. Food loss and food waste will be the first. So, I searching about the composite threats in Indonesia 219 until 2021. Food loss and food waste. So very, very different so much, isn't it? Food loss and food waste will be first. After that, wood, paper, plastic, material, cloth, rubber, others. Okay. Has you got a little smile here after this? You are read our my presentation. So much, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, we next for the graphic. Graphic about the marine trust. Yes, marine trust. We can to look at about the 41% type of waste is from the food loss, and 41.4% it's sourced from the household. And this night, no, at the 9 EM today, I'm looking for about the global hunger index. Indonesian is the third, yeah. I said Indonesia is the third, but okay, but Indonesian is the first. The first is making the trash. So it is a big question, isn't it? Indonesia is the first to making a trace, but Indonesia is the third to index hunger. So where it is the food? It's a big question. Yeah, it's the 9 a.m. I read some newspaper and wow, amazing. Okay, for the next solution, we got a solution here. How to reuse food waste be a more sustainable society, and how to give an impact and benefit for the community from food waste production activity. Why? Why we must to reuse food? Maybe if we are doing a reuse food, it will be get the special sustainable social, or maybe if we are do a recycle, it will be a get the impact, isn't it? Maybe if just 1 or 2% doing, maybe it's not too much about the impact. But can you to imagine if we are together to doing that, it will be big impact, huge impact, I think. So how to tips and tricks to maximize food waste? Step first is plan your food and wisely. The step two is good organizing, turn leftovers and reuse leftovers. Plan your food. Okay. If in Indonesian, I got one joke, yeah, in Indonesian, what do you want to eat today? And Indonesia is always says, up to you. I don't know. After this, we are buy something. I don't want to eat. What for? So maybe for the first tips and trick, maybe you can to plan your food menu. Okay, on the Sunday I want this, Monday I want this, Thursday I want this, and others. You can to make it, and it's make to helping you to more wise about your food menu and your food list. For the second is organizing. If you are buying maybe buying what's the name fish or maybe meat and it must to be freeze, yeah, you must to saving it the freezer. But if you are buy some fruit or vegetables, if but you don't want to eat it today, you can to keep it on the refrigerator. Don't make it if Indonesia say it's just your silent and okay, tomorrow I will to eating, and tomorrow they will be the broken. And are you will to be read it, eating it? I think no, isn't it? Because if the condition is not good. Yeah, and it will be the food waste. Okay, the third, turning leftover into the compost, isn't it? Although the ingredients used are usually leftover from food at home, not our kitchen waste, can be used to make compost. So what the item can be the compost. First is fruit slice. Fruit slice. If you have a fruit slice and it's not good condition again, please don't trust it is. Keep it and you can be in the compost. Vegetable slices, coffee ground, excel, grass clipping, dry leaf, and anything. You can make it be the compost. Another compost. What must we do? Okay, reuse leftover food. So the compost, if the food has really cannot, you can to eating again. But if it can to you eating again, you can to reuse leftover. Maybe if you have a bone from your chicken maybe or fish, you can making process abroad. After that, the banana peel, you can make it the fertilizer. It's same like a coffee ground. If I think the millennial people have very love about the coffee ground, not millennial. every human or every people in Indonesia too or in the world love about the coffee. But can you to imagine what you doing or what will be happen with the coffee ground? Isn't it? Coffee ground just a trash, just a trash. Isn't it? Coffee ground and banana peel, you can to make it be a fertilizer. Apple skin tea, you love about the apple. I love an apple, but I just love all the feeling, just a fruit. But for the skin apple, you can make it from tree. So the bread, I love it, the bread, but I don't like it for the cover of bread. You can make it the crouton. I love the strawberry, but strawberry is so very much for me today. Maybe I will to save it in the refrigerator. Okay, it's no problem. But the refrigerator maybe just 1 month. Okay, I wanna make a strawberry to be a jam maybe or pickle for the cover of watermelon. You make it the pickle. It will be more than 1 month. And peeling of the lemon, you can make it from the room freshener. And after it, for the stem vegetable, you can to make it or reuse again. Okay, tips and trick the 5 is sharing excess food with others. The 6 is application FIFO in your household. The 7 is organizing, and the 8 is determining the right and sufficient portions. Okay, it is like something still different, yeah, maybe for me too. Sharing access food with others. Yeah, we are got a much blessing from the God. So it's not false if we are sharing access with the food. Okay, I got the one portion of a fries for this lunch. But I'm so sorry, I don't like about vegetable maybe. Maybe do you want my vegetable? You get sharing your access food. Okay, the circular. So for your circular, if you can to convey the message so that we can directly know the implements. So we can to show, we can to say to the our friends, yes, we can to sharing access about the food. Integrate, ready or combined. Integrate. So always we can to doing like this every day, every we are eating on the morning, on the lunch, on the dinner, up to you. Because if Indonesian in Bali, we have one mindset about the three danupitana, isn't it? Because my life is connected with the God, with, did you know? With the God, with human and with, did you know? Environment. The God, human and environment. So if we can to doing that well and we can to know about the humans, I think not much stress in the world. Next is FIFO rules. Okay, FIFO rules. So much of people maybe, I'm too. I'm with my mom is always every month. Okay, the first month we always buying some product for the first month, the FIFO procedures. 5 simple step is locative product with the soonest. So product the soonest we locate in the first. After this dates are damaged, will be the remove. After this, the soonest dates in the very front stock, the front stock in the new dates, and the last stock in the back.
Excuse me, Ms.
Yes.
Prasiwi. I'm sorry, you have 5 minutes left. Okay, thank you.
Yes. So you sell stock after this. Okay, the system of organizing. So we must, for the step next is system the organizing. We must organizing the kitchen. 3 system, preparation, mixing, and cooking. Don't make it a mix for area because the standard portion and cleanliness from the kitchen is a difference. Okay. For the next is determining. I said to you, how many serving the food should be per day? Prepare about your body. Prepare about your emotional to food something. Okay, we come to the conclusion. Conclusion is how to maximize use food material and reusing food, the products, economic. Yeah, because if we can to maximize and we can to do the reuse be together, we can to give a big impact for the environment. So be wise in eating and managing waste. Good at recycling food ingredient because the world is changed from a few small action, not from a mountain of opinion or solidification billboards. Thank you for me and for the time maybe for the moderator.
All right, thank you, Ms. Prasivi, for presenting such useful and interesting materials, I think. Okay, now we have insights, yeah, from her presentation that now we need to maintain food waste, yeah. For example, by planning our food wisely, organizing food storage or keep in freezer, and then turning the leftovers into compost and reusing leftover food. Unconsciously, the awareness of green technology can be built starting from home and in the very simple ways. Now we are opening discussion session. Should you have any question, please write down in the chat box. All right. We've got comment from Dam Dani again.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate your enthusiasm for our webinar, Mr. or Dam Dani. Food loss
Yeah.
due to lapar mata.
Yes.
Yeah, food loss. Yes, Indonesia food loss is caused by lapar mata. Okay, we realize that unconsciously we often buy the unnecessary food, yeah, because of maybe after you keep scrolling Instagram, oh, I think this is very yummy, so I want to buy it, or I just want to post it on Instagram right now.
Yeah. It's a
Okay.
media social. It's a big, good, a positive for impact. But it will be a negative impact if we can to handle our emotional.
Okay, so it's about the emotional, right? Not because of our appetite. Okay.
Because our the condition is it's same. We are on the small until we are the on the this age today. It's the same. The quantity is like this. But for the emotionals and lapar mata, I say that si dandam say is lapar mata. It's make a difference difference impact from the media social maybe because well it's easy. I wanted to make it, but you don't like it. Oh.
All right, Ms. Prasivi, speaking of planning food wisely, yeah, starting at home, yeah. I mean, we start unconsciously we already practiced the concept of green technology at home, okay, by planning the food wisely. So I'm curious, is there any huge impact or big impact for both society or environment? Okay.
Oh, yeah, it's give a big impact, I think, because if we can to get the minimal about the waste, so we can to more giving the income because hospitality. I said in the hospitality and tourism, yeah, because I'm in the tourism, so it's give a big impact from the sustainable from the tourism. It will can to give the big income and we can to open the great job, increase about the skill, improving about the community. I think it's big
So
impact.
okay. So it will give a huge impact, yeah, in the future, starting from the simple ways, yeah. And the example is an impact for tourism. What is the correlation between, I mean, planning the food wisely and the environmental impact like tourism?
Maybe for the impact, this impact is not just we are thinking about the no plastic, but please thinking about our portion too, because plastic from the research plastic is number two. The first is the food waste. We must to handle our emotional too. How we cannot to make it our how to we not be a produce. We are not be a produce or human is not factory to be a waste like this. So maybe not just a plastic, but feel from the plastic too. Thinking about the feel the plastic in the plastic too.
Okay, considering the waste, the food waste in Indonesia, the big impact is in the increasing of plastic waste, and it really disturb the tourist place. I mean, if you're speaking about the impact for tourism, so it will disturb. I mean, the visualization of tourist places.
Yep.
Okay.
Good. It is.
Okay. Any question from the participants? You can okay. We have a question. Okay.
Maybe can I to say about the Agustiar? Yeah, it's about the achieving the sustainable development goals. Yes, it's the big tema, yeah, big role model in the world this years. So how to impact about the sustainable development goals? It is with the food loss and food waste. Thank you, Ma'am Agustia, about this.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Prasidio, for your answer. Is there any other question or comments? You may. Okay. All right. We got a question from Bardi Pratama. Okay. This is your second question, but I appreciate your enthusiasm for our webinar. Okay. Question from Bardi Pratama from Politeknik Indonusa Surakarta. Okay. Based on the facts, where Indonesia is the largest producer of food waste, yeah, in the world after Saudi Arabia, okay, and United States, yeah. My question is whether Indonesia has become a pioneer with a smaller amount of relevant food production based on the number of serving needs, yeah, which has been implemented in Japan. Okay, Ms. President, please can we
Okay.
answer?
Sorry, I will to serve about the question first. The large. Okay, so the question is which has been the implement in the Japan? So you say it's Indonesians. The other than the okay. Why the Japans? Why the others? Why the others? Others country, yeah. Maybe your question. Okay. I just give you an example. Maybe the must to be know about the people in Indonesia is not just how to the maintains about the body, but is how to handle about the waste. So much waste yang that we have. So we must to how to the handling about the waste like this. I give you an example in the Singapore's. In the Singapore's have a factory that they are complaining all about the waste. After this, they are burning all the waste, and the burn hot from the burn it can to be electricity, and for the waste it's they give on the sea and makes for the at a land like this. So maybe has been in the Japan implement in the Japan I think they have a good process to handling about the waste like this. But for the consume the Japan, yeah, so much, yeah, food from the Japan comes to the Indonesian too. So maybe it must to be stakeholders, maybe we say about the tourism. We need stakeholders that talking together about environment and about the what I say is about peraturan, the rules, isn't it? What? Bardi. Okay. Thank you, Bardi.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Praswi, for your answer. Is there any other question or comment? You're welcome. Okay. Okay, I think it's crystal clear, yeah, Ms. Praswi, for your presentation. Because we don't get any question anymore. All right. So, yeah, from your presentation, Ms. Praswi, we can conclude that it's necessary to start planning. I mean the food wisely, yeah, starting from home, yeah, like organizing food storage, yeah, or keep it in freezer or chiller, and then turning leftovers into compost or and reusing leftover food. Okay. Unconsciously, we have applied the awareness of green technology, starting at home. Okay, we can start the green technology concept starting from the simple ways, yeah, like at home. And thank you, Ms. Prasevi, for your explanation, your materials or answer. Okay, it's such an honor to have you in this webinar. Absolutely, we have a new insight about the implementation of green technology in tourism field, yeah, especially in culinary aspects. Okay, thank you for joining us today. Have a nice day. All right, ladies and gentlemen, speaking of reusing concept, yeah, it can also be applied from household waste. So let me invite our next speaker, Mrs. Indah Wahyu Utami from Duta Bangsa University. She will be presenting about reusing of household waste for urban farming. And I will read her profile first. All right, Mrs. Indah Wahyu Utami. Now she is a lecturer and Dean of Faculty of Science and Technology from Duta Bangsa University. She completed her bachelor degree in industrial engineering. Then he pursued master degree in management. And now she is a PhD student at University of Kuala Lumpur Business School of Malaysia. She is an expert in industrial engineering and business and management. Now, she is a business incubator team of Duta Bangsa University. Okay, and then Secretary of Perkumpulan Praktisi Pendidik Bisnis Manajemen dan Informatika Indonesia. And then she is currently head of editorial board Science Innovation and Technology or Sintek Journal in Faculty of Science and Technology, Duta Bangsa University. Okay, good morning, Ibu. Are you with me now, Mrs. Indah?
Yes.
All right.
Okay. Thank
Mrs.
you.
Indah? Okay, you have 30 minutes for presentation and then followed by question and answer session for about 15 minutes. Now the time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Miss Nawangsi, as moderator today. Okay. Can you hear me, Miss Nawangsi?
Okay, Ibu, I can hear you. Okay,
Okay.
please, you can start the presentation now.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Nice to meet you all. I'm very happy because I'm in an international webinar organized by Politeknik Indonusa Surakarta 2022. Thank you for the invitation, the opportunity and the time given to me to join as the international speaker, a webinar speaker today. Okay. Before I present my material, I will introduce myself. My name is Indah Wahyutami, Bachelor of Industrial Engineering and Magister Science. And now I'm still in PhD student in UniKL Business School, Malaysia. I'm still in as a Dean of Faculty of Science and Technology in Duta Bangsa University, Surakarta, Indonesia. Today, I will present material with the title, The Reusing of Household Waste for Urban Farming in the International Webinar, Retaking of Green Technology for the Greater Invention. Why the reusing of household waste for urban farming is very important to implementation? Okay, I will describe why. The number of the population continues to increase day of the day, including number of the population in Indonesia. As we know, Indonesia is a country with high population. The population number will even get bigger and bigger in the next future. The increase of population will be followed by the increase of waste, since the consumption level will be higher as well. So if the increased population make a increased waste, waste is very dangerous for the ecosystem because it can pollute the ecosystem. Furthermore, the ecosystem condition will get worse as the time because the increase of waste.
Excuse me, Mrs. Indah, please set your presentation in full screen, maybe?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, sip.
All right, okay.
Yes, okay. What is the waste? In general, waste is divided into three types. Number one, organic waste, unorganic waste, and B3. Not always can decompose properly because some cannot be degraded. Okay, three types of waste, and then today I will discuss two type of waste: organic and unorganic waste. The first one is organic waste. Organic waste is a waste that comes from living and then be degraded or decomposed. The organic waste can be processed into other valuable and useful items. For the example, onion skin. The onion skin can be remade into by fermentation to be pesticide from waste, organic waste. For example, your onion skin make valuable items. Next, and after we discuss about organic waste, I will continue to discuss unorganic waste. For example, is plastic bottle that we use in daily life. It needs 415 years for a new plastic bottle to be perfectly decomposed by nature. Because unorganic waste is difficult to decompose. Unorganic waste can be recycled and used as various handicrafts creation. truck urban farming. What is the definition? What is the describe of urban farming? Urban farming is one way of cultivation of land, fish, and raising of livestock within and around cities. There are many advantages of urban farming. So I will inform all participants in Duta Bangsa University. We have Faculty of Science and Technology and have agribusiness study program. And the advantage of agribusiness study program have urban farming program. Advantage of urban farming make a cost effective, environmentally friendly, adds aesthetic of environment, and produce healthy products. Through urban farming we can grow crops, fruit, vegetable, and grain and etc. And raising livestock, fish in a small or limited area in the city that can be provide source of food and have income for urban traveler. Okay, how is the implementation of using household waste for urban farming? Okay, I will give you example. Urban farming have two methods to implementation. With glass bottle can be reused as hydroponic component. Truck with system hydroponic, exploit the capillary action of water to draw up water and nutrient from a reservoir to the plants. If you don't have a large land, you can implementation hydroponic to make organic plants. And then the other concept of urban farming, number 2, microgreen. Plastic box can be reused as microgreen component. This is an example of microgreen make by student of agribusiness study program in Duta Bangsa University, make a microgreen, one of the product of student of agribusiness study program. Okay, make a simple. What are microgreens? Microgreen are your seedling of edible vegetable and herbs. Unlike legumes, herbs, and vegetables that take weeks or months to grow. Microgreen can be harvested and eaten a week to 14 days after the cultivation. Okay, what is the benefit of microgreen? I will describe for benefit of microgreens. Number 1, it does not require land and large place. And number 2, the material and tools for making microgreen are very easy to find. Okay, it's simple to make microgreens. Number 3, it can be harvested in 14 days. So not need a long time to have microgreen. And number 4, microgreen provide more nutrition than mature lives. Okay, this is tool and material to make a simple microgreen, and you can practice in your home. Tools: microgreen seedling tray, planting medium with rock wall, scissors, unused fabric, spray bottle, and tweezers. And material, you can find microgreen seed, red radish, broccoli, sprout, red amaranth, and don't forget to add enough water. Okay, by the utilizing to the small or limited area and reusing the household waste, we can produce various kind of source and make it food. For example, from microgreen, we can make vegetable salad. Okay, this is healthy food and good food. Okay. You should make a microgreen in your house or your campus to make aesthetic environment, and then can make the other benefit. Okay, just enough for me. Thank you for the great attention and the time given to me. I will back to moderator today, Miss Nawangsi. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mrs. Indah, for sharing your insightful knowledge about urban farming concept, yeah, in recycling and reusing inorganic waste to handicraft creation, for example. So it's still related to our previous materials from Miss Prasiwi, that through simple movement, yeah, especially at home, we can bring the big impact, yeah, for natural sustainability. So now we are opening discussion session. I think there is the question from Ibu Retna Dewi from Duta Bangsa University. Okay. Can urban agriculture be implemented in Surakarta city and help in massive, okay? And how it plays a role in the sustainable development goals, okay? Mrs. Indah, please.
Okay, thank you for the question from Miss Dewi Lestari. Can urban agriculture be implemented in Surakarta and help massively, and how it plays a role in the sustainability development goal? Okay, I know the urban farming is very simple method to implementation in the environment, but in the Surakarta city, just implementation, not progress, not not better progress, because there are some employer busy in the office, and then we don't have a long time to manage the urban farming, and then the other need not need large land. The urban farming need some nutrition. I talk urban farming is very be healthy, better the other method. So implementation step today, implementation, not progress, better. If I know just enough, Miss Nawangsi.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Indah, for your answer. Okay, speaking speaking of urban farming, I have a curiosity. I am speaking right now as from the perspective of common people, Ibu, because my background is not from agriculture. So I just want to know, is there any, what is the direct and indirect impact for environment if we apply the technique of urban farming in daily life? Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Thank you for your question from Miss Nawangsi about urban farming is better method than the other method because urban farming have a low impact from pesticide and use biopesticide. Biopesticide remade from onion skin. I will describe before.
All right, Ibu, okay, is it enough? Okay, and then when I see your presentation, okay, it's stated that we can reuse unorganic or inorganic waste, yeah, or in Indonesia it means sampah anorganik, ya Bu, turn into handicraft creation, right? So by this technique, we can conclude. Can I say that urban farming also give benefit for social or economical aspect? What do you think, Ibu?
Okay, thank you. Urban farming have a social effect to encourage the motivation of how to realize environment healthy and then to improve the economical income for the society of the city and urban farming is healthy method. So and it it can implemented to all society and all environment to be implemented.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Mrs. Indah, for your answer. Is there any other question from participants? Okay. Okay. We've got a question. In urban area, mostly people are living with busy working, yeah, or rush hour. What is your future plan, yeah, to campaign this urban agriculture? Okay, please, Ibu.
Okay, thank you for the question from Miss Agustiarum. In open farming area, mostly people are living like with busy working. What is your okay? Sorry, in Duta Bangsa University have agribusiness study program, and then with by the study by the program kerja gitu ya, from the study program, urban farming is simple farming with the simple farming and product or output urban farming is healthy and low calorie and future campaign in urban farming from agribusiness study program with all students to be campaign. How is the importance of urban farming? Urban farming in simple farming, not use a lot land and have product or output urban farming is healthy better than the other method, and low calorie and low impact from pesticide. This is okay. Just enough for me.
All right, thank you for your answer, Mrs. Indah. Because we have limited times, so I think we have to close. Unfortunately, we have to close the discussion session. And thank you, Mrs. Indah, for your explanation. Now we realize that the implementation of green technology can begin with the simple things, yeah. Even we can start at home, yeah, or that we can do in our daily life, okay. And Mrs. Indah, thank you for joining us today and giving your presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Nawangsi.
Okay, you're welcome. All right, ladies and gentlemen, finally, we have heard the implementation of green technology in automotive industry, health, culinary, or tourism and agriculture aspects. I would like to extend my gratitude to Dr. Rifki, Mr. Zoares, Ms. Prasiwi, and Mrs. Indah for spending your time to present insightful materials to us. I hope we can arrange our further collaboration in the next webinar. And this is the end of our first section. Second section will be conducted after break time starting from 1 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for having me and joining us today. Have a nice day. See you at the second section. Okay, for the participant, please fill the presence, okay, or attendance list, yeah, shared in the chat box. Okay.
Halo.
For you who has not filled the attendance list, I remind you to fill the attendance list. Okay. Or maybe our team, please share again. If you cannot find the form.
So we'll take a break and coming back at 1 p.m. yeah, ma'am.
Oh yes, we take a break after 1 hour, okay, and we will back at 1 p.m. for the second section.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Universitas Duta Bangsa hadir untuk berperan aktif dalam menyiapkan generasi muda yang dapat berkarya di era global dan mempunyai jiwa entrepreneur yang tinggi. Selamat datang di Kampus Kebanggaan. Kampus yang selalu memberikan semangat dan motivasi bagi mahasiswanya, tak pernah berhenti untuk terus mengukir prestasi dan mencapai kesuksesan. Selamat datang di Universitas Duta Bangsa, perguruan tinggi yang telah diakui secara internasional sebagai universitas yang berkualitas dan berintegritas serta menjadi pusat pengembangan keilmuan. Kampus dengan moto The Global Entrepreneur University memberikan arahan bagi mereka yang ingin mencapai kesuksesan. Menggunakan teknologi informasi sebagai media pembelajaran, membuat proses pembelajaran menjadi lebih menarik, efektif, dan interaktif demi menghasilkan mahasiswa yang cerdas, kreatif, inovatif, dan siap menghadapi persaingan global. Universitas Duta Bangsa didukung oleh dosen yang berkualitas dan berkredibilitas tinggi yang berasal dari perguruan tinggi ternama di Indonesia. Universitas Duta Bangsa memahami kenyamanan
Dari tanah Jawara, Universitas Sultan Ageng Tirtayasa merupakan universitas negeri pertama di Banten.
Selamat datang di Universitas Sultan Ageng Tirtayasa. Universitas Sultan Ageng Tirtayasa terus membangun dan mengembangkan layanan tridharma perguruan tinggi yang berkualitas dengan visi baru tahun 2019-2023, yaitu Untirta yang terintegrasi, smart, green, yang unggul, berkarakter, dan berdaya saing di tingkat ASEAN tahun 2030 dengan value Jawara, jujur, adil, wibawa, amanah, religius, akuntabel.
Lahir sejak 1981 dan menjadi universitas negeri di tahun 2001, Untirta merupakan rumah yang tidak hanya berperan sebagai tempat, namun juga sebagai sumber pengetahuan, keteladanan, dan kebajikan.
Untirta berkomitmen mewujudkan kampus yang terintegrasi, smart, dan green university yang unggul, berkarakter, dan berdaya saing di kawasan ASEAN pada tahun 2030.
Kampus Untirta Sindang Sari dibangun berdasarkan konsep integrated smart and green dalam rangka mewujudkan Untirta yang unggul, berkarakter, dan berdaya saing.
sedang mengembangkan suatu green smart kampus ya. Jadi Sindang Sari itu menjadikan fokus bagaimana Untirta ini ingin maju berkarakter jawara juga seperti itu. Sehingga mahasiswa ini harus mendukung setiap kegiatan-kegiatan yang dilakukan oleh Untirta seperti itu. Nah tentunya Untirta berkomitmen terutama bidang kemahasiswaan terkait dengan kegiatan dan sarana prasarana kemahasiswaan, kegiatan kemahasiswaan sehingga mahasiswa akan menjadi lebih berprestasi untuk menjadi Untirta Jawara.
Kita bersepakat bersama-sama untuk meningkatkan kemampuan kita, kompetensi kita untuk menuju visi misi rektor maju, bermutu, berdaya saing tingkat ASEAN pada 2030.
Untirta memiliki 5 kampus, yaitu Kampus A Pakupatan, Kampus B Cilegon, Kampus C Ciwaru, Kampus D Kepandean, dan mulai 2020 Untirta memiliki kampus baru, yaitu Kampus Sindang Sari. Dengan komitmen menyediakan layanan pendidikan terbaik, Untirta memiliki 7 fakultas. Fakultas Teknik, Fakultas Kedokteran, Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan, Fakultas Hukum, Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis, Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik, dan Fakultas Pertanian. Selain vokasi dan sarjana, Untirta juga menyediakan pendidikan pasca sarjana S2 dan pendidikan doktor. Guna mendukung kegiatan akademik dan non-akademik mahasiswa, Untirta menyediakan fasilitas penunjang, diantaranya perpustakaan, guest house, pusat data dan informasi, klinik kesehatan, dan sarana pendukung lainnya. Dari tanah Jawara, Universitas Sultan Ageng Tirtayasa merupakan universitas negeri pertama di Banten.
Indonusa Surakarta. Politeknik Indonusa Surakarta adalah salah satu perguruan tinggi berbasis vokasi yang terletak di pusat kota Surakarta. Berdiri sejak tahun 2002, saat ini Politeknik Indonusa Surakarta memiliki 2 lokasi kampus. Kampus 1 terletak di Jalan Kiai Haji Samanhudi nomor 31 Surakarta. Sedangkan kampus 2 terletak di Jalan Palem nomor 8 Cemani, Sukoharjo. Pada tahun 2019, Politeknik Indonusa Surakarta telah mendapatkan akreditasi B. Saat ini, Politeknik Indonusa Surakarta telah memiliki 6 program studi unggulan. Antara lain, program studi D3 Sistem Informasi, program studi D3 Komunikasi Massa, program studi D3 Teknologi Otomotif, program studi D3 Perhotelan, program studi D3 Farmasi, yang telah terakreditasi A dan B. Dan 1 program studi baru yaitu program studi Sarjana Terapan Manajemen Informasi Kesehatan. Menjadi salah satu penyelenggara pendidikan tinggi vokasi, Politeknik Indonusa Surakarta berkomitmen untuk menghasilkan lulusan yang memiliki kompetensi sesuai dengan bidang keahlian yang diminati, yang unggul dalam persaingan kerja profesional di tingkat global pada tahun 2027. Untuk mencapai tujuan tersebut, Politeknik Indonusa Surakarta mengupayakan berbagai sarana untuk menunjang peningkatan kompetensi secara cepat, terarah, dan terukur. Dengan mengacu pada slogan Be Yes, Building Your Excellent Skill, Politeknik Indonusa Surakarta optimis mampu bersaing dan mengantar lulusan menjadi pemimpin di masa depan. Beragam sarana pendukung pembelajaran perkuliahan dan praktik dibangun sebagai bagian dalam memberikan layanan prima bagi mahasiswa dalam menempuh perkuliahan di Politeknik Indonusa Surakarta. Ruang kelas yang difasilitasi dengan perangkat multimedia untuk pembelajaran, ruang perpustakaan yang dilengkapi dengan ruang baca dan ruang diskusi bagi mahasiswa, e-library yang memudahkan dalam mengakses koleksi buku dan peminjaman secara online, koneksi internet bagi mahasiswa, dosen, dan tenaga pendidikan, public corner yang nyaman, ruang pertemuan akademik yang dilengkapi multimedia, musola, serta parkir yang luas dan aman. Dalam memenuhi kebutuhan praktik dari 6 program studi di lingkungan Politeknik Indonusa Surakarta, fasilitas laboratorium praktikum dibangun sesuai kebutuhannya. Antara lain, laboratorium produksi televisi, laboratorium radio, laboratorium video editing, laboratorium bengkel yang memiliki standar sesuai kebutuhan industri otomotif, laboratorium resto, laboratorium housekeeping, laboratorium pastry, laboratorium front office, serta laboratorium komputer. Laboratorium farmasi yang ditujukan khususnya bagi pengembangan kompetensi praktik kefarmasian, serta berbagai laboratorium bagi program Sarjana Terapan Manajemen Informasi Kesehatan. Sebagai program studi termuda di Politeknik Indonusa Surakarta, program Sarjana Terapan Manajemen Informasi Kesehatan memiliki komitmen kuat untuk mengejar kelengkapan fasilitas sesuai dengan standar sarana yang harus dimiliki dalam mengembangkan kompetensi di bidang rekam medis. Laboratorium Rekam Medis. Di sini, mahasiswa program Sarjana Terapan Manajemen Informasi Kesehatan akan berpraktik sebagai tenaga profesional yang menangani administrasi pendaftaran, filing dokumen, dan assembly. Laboratorium Audit Dokumen Rekam Medis. Pada lab ini, mahasiswa akan berpraktik dalam coding audit dokumen kesehatan, laboratorium rekam medis elektronik, sesuai dengan kebutuhan perkembangan teknologi digital, di mana semua dokumen dialihkan menjadi dokumen digital. Pada laboratorium ini, mahasiswa akan berpraktik dalam mengklasifikasikan dokumen kesehatan digital. Laboratorium Anatomi Fisiologi. Pada laboratorium ini, mahasiswa dapat melakukan praktik pembelajaran anatomi. Laboratorium Komputer. Laboratorium Komputer menjadi laboratorium praktik bagi mahasiswa program Sarjana Terapan Manajemen Informasi Kesehatan dalam mengembangkan program aplikasi yang dapat dikembangkan dalam memenuhi kebutuhan rekam medis di rumah sakit atau institusi kesehatan lainnya. Dengan kelengkapan fasilitas tersebut dan dukungan dosen-dosen yang profesional serta praktisi yang memiliki kompetensi pada bidang rekam medis, maka hal tersebut akan menjadi kunci kesiapan bagi alumni program Sarjana Terapan Manajemen Informasi Kesehatan Politeknik Indonusa Surakarta dalam persaingan global pada tahun 2027. Politeknik Indonusa Surakarta, building your excellent skill.
Pernahkah kita membayangkan bahwa negeri ini, Indonesia, akan menjadi lebih hebat suatu saat nanti? Atau pernahkah kita berpikir di tangan siapa perubahan besar negeri ini akan terjadi? Di sini, kami hadir untuk menjadi perubahan tersebut. Kami, Unipma, Smart and Competitive. Selamat datang di Universitas PGRI Madiun Unipma, universitas yang berdiri pada tanggal 5 Juni 1975. Terletak di Kota Madiun, Jawa Timur, tepatnya di Jalan Setiabudi nomor 85. Hingga saat ini, Unipma memiliki 4 kampus. Unipma berkomitmen mendidik anak bangsa menjadi generasi berkualitas yang solutif dan berkarakter.
Universitas PGRI Madiun atau Unipma memiliki komitmen untuk tumbuh dan berkembang dengan meningkatkan kualitas secara berkelanjutan berdasarkan tata kelola universitas. Dengan semangat dan upaya untuk terus bergerak maju, kami yakin Unipma dapat melahirkan generasi penerus bangsa yang cerdas dan berdaya saing.
Unipma merupakan salah satu perguruan tinggi yang tinggi peminatnya. Oleh karena itu, kami selalu berkomitmen untuk meningkatkan kualitas lulusan dengan cara membekali mahasiswa dengan kemampuan keilmuan yang adaptif. Kurikulum yang dirancang pun telah sesuai dengan perkembangan iptek, kebutuhan masyarakat, dan juga kebutuhan stakeholder. Kualitas pembelajaran pun menjadi hal yang utama bagi kami. Oleh karena itu, pembelajaran berbasis TIK melalui e-learning Unipma atau kita kenal ELMA telah memberikan pengalaman belajar yang lebih luas kepada mahasiswa untuk meningkatkan kompetensinya.
Mendukung aktivitas dan kreativitas mahasiswa menjadi insan unggul yang siap menghadapi tantangan, Unipma menyediakan fasilitas seperti Smart Classroom, perpustakaan, laboratorium terpadu, dan juga sarana non-akademik untuk mendukung minat dan bakat mahasiswa.
Sivitas Akademika Unipma patut berbangga karena sederet prestasi telah berhasil ditorehkan. Hal tersebut mendorong Unipma untuk terus sigap dan tanggap dalam berinovasi. Tantangan merupakan peluang dan hambatan adalah motivasi.
Unipma juga telah menjalin kerjasama dengan berbagai pihak di dalam negeri maupun di luar negeri. Program kerjasama internasional ini merupakan media pengembangan wawasan untuk dapat terus maju dan berkembang.
Unipma memiliki 6 fakultas dan 27 program studi, yaitu Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan dengan 14 program studi, Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan (FIKS) dengan 2 program studi, Fakultas Teknik (FT) dengan 5 program studi, kemudian Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis (FEB) dengan 3 program studi, Fakultas Hukum FH dengan 1 program studi, Fakultas Pasca Sarjana dengan 2 program studi. Sebagai bukti kredibilitasnya, Unipma telah berhasil meraih beberapa penghargaan, di antaranya adalah selain sederet penghargaan sivitas, mahasiswa-mahasiswi Unipma pun aktif berkontribusi dalam menyumbangkan prestasi-prestasi membanggakan, di antaranya adalah menjadi perguruan tinggi yang unggul di tingkat nasional dan menghasilkan lulusan yang cerdas serta berdaya saing. Unipma memfasilitasi anak didiknya dengan beragam kegiatan mahasiswa yang berorientasi pada pengembangan kemampuan teknis dan kemampuan non-teknis mahasiswa. Hal ini ditunjang melalui fasilitas kampus yang relevan, di antaranya adalah Smart Classroom, Lab terpadu, Perpustakaan, Lab komputer, Gedung Olahraga Cendekia, Asrama Mahasiswa, Geraha Cendekia, Ruang Olahraga. Dalam upaya menyiapkan anak didiknya untuk bisa berkompetisi secara tangguh di era global, Unipma membekali mahasiswa-mahasiswinya dengan berbagai kegiatan positif melalui unit kegiatan mahasiswa.
Semangat rentangkan sayangan, sing-singkan denganmu tatap tajam ke depan. Tunaikan panggilan suci dan mabaktimu di bawah alma materku yang tercinta. Menunjukkan asmani jiwa di setiap helai nafas, dan berjanji bangun Indonesia tatalah dunia. Tumbuh intelektual cerdas berprestasi, profesional berdasar Pancasila.
Unipma siap membangun perubahan besar untuk negeri. Unipma
Smart and Kompetitif. Abadi selamanya, jaya abadi selamanya.
Surakarta merupakan sebuah kota di mana masyarakatnya tumbuh dan besar dalam lingkungan seni dan budaya yang kental. Selain menjadi salah satu pusat pengembangan budaya Jawa, Kota Surakarta memiliki potensi wisata yang tinggi. Untuk mengelola dan mengembangkan potensi yang ada, dibutuhkan sarjana-sarjana dan ahli media yang ulet, gigih, kompeten, kreatif, dan profesional agar menjadi maju dan mensejahterakan masyarakatnya serta dikenal oleh dunia.
Universitas Duta Bangsa merupakan salah satu perguruan tinggi unggulan di Kota Surakarta dan tempat di mana kami mengembangkan putra-putri Anda untuk menjadi SDM yang mandiri, inovatif, visioner, beriman, dan berorientasi global. Salah satu tujuan Universitas Duta Bangsa adalah menghasilkan lulusan menjadi tenaga profesional dan wirausaha muda yang berkualitas global melalui implementasi kurikulum internasional. Sudah banyak alumni Universitas Duta Bangsa yang bekerja di berbagai macam layanan publik, baik nasional maupun internasional. Komitmen kami Universitas Duta Bangsa adalah menerapkan kurikulum berskala internasional, sehingga kami mengharapkan putra-putri Anda sukses bersama Universitas Duta Bangsa.
Universitas Duta Bangsa hadir untuk berperan aktif dalam menyiapkan generasi muda yang dapat berkarya di era global dan mempunyai jiwa entrepreneur yang tinggi. Selamat datang di Kampus Kebanggaan. Kampus yang selalu memberikan semangat dan motivasi bagi mahasiswanya, tak pernah berhenti untuk terus mengukir prestasi dan mencapai kesuksesan. Selamat datang di Universitas Duta Bangsa, perguruan tinggi yang telah diakui secara internasional sebagai salah satu universitas yang berkualitas dan berintegritas serta menjadi pusat pengembangan keilmuan. Kampus dengan moto The Global Entrepreneur University memberikan arahan bagi mereka yang ingin mencapai kesuksesan. Menggunakan teknologi informasi sebagai media pembelajaran membuat proses pembelajaran menjadi lebih menarik, efektif, dan interaktif demi menghasilkan mahasiswa yang cerdas, kreatif, inovatif, dan siap menghadapi persaingan global. Universitas Duta Bangsa didukung oleh dosen yang berkualitas dan berkredibilitas tinggi yang berasal dari perguruan tinggi ternama di Indonesia. Universitas Duta Bangsa memahami kenyamanan pembelajaran juga harus didukung oleh lingkungan akademik yang berkualitas. Menjadi pusat rujukan serta konsultasi di bidang teknologi informasi ditunjukkan dengan kemampuan dalam mengelola lembaga pelatihan komputer dan lembaga sertifikasi profesi. Lebih dari itu, dengan sistem yang terintegrasi secara online, mahasiswa dengan mudah mengetahui informasi akademik dan informasi lainnya. Untuk memudahkan mahasiswa dalam melakukan pembayaran, Universitas Duta Bangsa menerapkan pembayaran pendidikan berbasis online dengan mobile payment. Memiliki 4 fakultas dan 16 program studi, Universitas Duta Bangsa memberikan fasilitas dan pelayanan yang terbaik dengan tetap mengedepankan keamanan serta kenyamanan. Untuk memajukan dunia pendidikan dan melahirkan lulusan yang berkualitas, Universitas Duta Bangsa menyediakan berbagai
sangat bangga ketika saya masuk menjadi mahasiswa Universitas Setiabudi dengan menggunakan jas alma mater ini.
Kuliah di Universitas Setiabudi memberikan kesempatan kepada setiap mahasiswanya untuk mengeksplorasi ilmu pengetahuan, keragaman kebudayaan, dan memberikan perspektif internasional. Terkait dengan eksplorasi ilmu pengetahuan, mahasiswa dituntut untuk selalu update keilmuan guna mengembangkan soft skill maupun hard skill yang mereka miliki. Universitas Setiabudi dapat dikatakan sebagai Indonesia Mini karena di dalamnya terdiri dari mahasiswa dari berbagai daerah, dari Sabang hingga Merauke, di mana di dalamnya mereka memiliki kesempatan untuk berbagi kebudayaan dari masing-masing daerah. Universitas Setiabudi juga memberikan perspektif internasional melalui berbagai program, di antaranya program kunjungan, pertukaran mahasiswa, dan publikasi internasional ke berbagai negara, di antaranya Malaysia, Belanda, Thailand, Mesir, dan Singapura.
Saudara semua, kata untuk kuliah di Universitas Setiabudi diberikan fasilitas notebook dan juga fasilitas beasiswa.
Proses pembelajaran yang dilengkapi dengan laboratorium di setiap fakultas dan perpustakaan digital dengan koleksi yang lengkap.
Lingkungan Universitas Setiabudi yang nyaman dan memadai untuk proses pembelajaran.
Setiabudi Surakarta didirikan pada tahun 1983.
Saat ini Universitas Setiabudi mengelola 5 fakultas dan 13 program studi. 1 program studi pasca sarjana, 1 program studi profesi, 6 program studi sarjana, dan 5 program studi diploma. Universitas Setiabudi Surakarta sudah terakreditasi institusi dengan peringkat B dan sudah menerapkan ISO 9001-2008 sejak tahun 2010. Sistem tata kelola dilaksanakan berdasarkan statuta Universitas Setiabudi yang mengacu pada Undang-Undang Pendidikan Tinggi yang berlaku. Universitas Setiabudi Surakarta siap membawa mahasiswa menjadi lulusan yang bermutu, terampil, dan berdaya saing.
Politeknik Indonusa Surakarta. Politeknik Indonusa Surakarta adalah salah satu perguruan tinggi berbasis vokasi yang terletak di pusat kota Surakarta. Berdiri sejak tahun 2002, saat ini Politeknik Indonusa Surakarta memiliki 2 lokasi kampus. Kampus 1 terletak di Jalan Kiai Haji Samanhudi nomor 31 Surakarta. Sedangkan kampus 2 terletak di Jalan Palem nomor 8 Cemani, Sukoharjo. Pada tahun 2019, Politeknik Indonusa Surakarta telah mendapatkan akreditasi B. Saat ini, Politeknik Indonusa Surakarta telah memiliki 6 program studi unggulan. Antara lain, program studi D3 Sistem Informasi, program studi D3 Komunikasi Massa, program studi D3 Teknologi Otomotif, program studi D3 Perhotelan, program studi D3 Farmasi, yang telah terakreditasi A dan B. Dan 1 program studi baru yaitu program studi Sarjana Terapan Manajemen Informasi Kesehatan. Menjadi salah satu penyelenggara pendidikan tinggi vokasi, Politeknik Indonusa Surakarta berkomitmen untuk menghasilkan lulusan yang memiliki kompetensi sesuai dengan bidang keahlian yang diminati, yang unggul dalam persaingan kerja profesional di tingkat global pada tahun 2027. Untuk mencapai tujuan tersebut, Politeknik Indonusa Surakarta mengupayakan berbagai sarana untuk menunjang peningkatan kompetensi secara cepat, terarah, dan terukur. Dengan mengacu pada slogan Be Yes, Building Your Excellent Skill, Politeknik Indonusa Surakarta optimis mampu bersaing dan mengantar lulusan menjadi pemimpin di masa depan. Beragam sarana pendukung pembelajaran perkuliahan dan praktik dibangun sebagai bagian dalam memberikan layanan prima bagi mahasiswa dalam menempuh perkuliahan di Politeknik Indonusa Surakarta. Ruang kelas yang difasilitasi dengan perangkat multimedia untuk pembelajaran, ruang perpustakaan yang dilengkapi dengan ruang baca dan ruang diskusi bagi mahasiswa, e-library yang memudahkan dalam mengakses koleksi buku dan peminjaman secara online, koneksi internet bagi mahasiswa, dosen, dan tenaga pendidikan, public corner yang nyaman, ruang pertemuan akademik yang dilengkapi multimedia, musola, serta parkir yang luas dan aman. Dalam memenuhi kebutuhan praktik dari 6 program studi di lingkungan Politeknik Indonusa Surakarta, fasilitas laboratorium praktikum dibangun sesuai kebutuhannya. Antara lain, laboratorium produksi televisi, laboratorium radio,
Laboratorium Video Editing. Laboratorium Bengkel yang memiliki standar sesuai kebutuhan industri otomotif. Laboratorium Resto. Laboratorium Housekeeping. Laboratorium Pastry. Laboratorium Front Office. Serta Laboratorium Komputer. Laboratorium Farmasi yang ditujukan khususnya bagi pengembangan kompetensi praktik kefarmasian. Serta berbagai laboratorium bagi program sarjana terapan Manajemen Informasi Kesehatan. Sebagai program studi termuda di Politeknik Indonusa Surakarta, program sarjana terapan Manajemen Informasi Kesehatan memiliki komitmen kuat untuk mengejar kelengkapan fasilitas sesuai dengan standar sarana yang harus dimiliki dalam mengembangkan kompetensi di bidang rekam medis. Laboratorium Rekam Medis. Di sini, mahasiswa program sarjana terapan Manajemen Informasi Kesehatan akan berpraktik sebagai tenaga profesional yang menangani administrasi pendaftaran, filing dokumen, dan assembly. Laboratorium Audit Dokumen Rekam Medis. Pada lab ini, mahasiswa akan berpraktik dalam coding audit dokumen kesehatan. Laboratorium Rekam Medis Elektronik. Sesuai dengan kebutuhan perkembangan teknologi digital, di mana semua dokumen dialihkan menjadi dokumen digital, pada laboratorium ini, mahasiswa akan berpraktik dalam mengklasifikasikan dokumen kesehatan digital. Laboratorium Anatomi Fisiologi. Pada laboratorium ini, mahasiswa dapat melakukan praktik pembelajaran anatomi. Laboratorium Komputer. Laboratorium Komputer menjadi laboratorium praktik bagi mahasiswa program sarjana terapan Manajemen Informasi Kesehatan dalam mengembangkan program aplikasi yang dapat dikembangkan dalam memenuhi kebutuhan rekam medis di rumah sakit atau institusi kesehatan lainnya. Dengan kelengkapan fasilitas tersebut dan dukungan dosen-dosen yang profesional serta praktisi yang memiliki kompetensi pada bidang rekam medis, maka hal tersebut akan menjadi kunci kesiapan bagi alumni program Sarjana Terapan Manajemen Informasi Kesehatan Politeknik Indonusa Surakarta dalam persaingan global pada tahun 2027. Politeknik Indonusa Surakarta, building your excellent skill.
Pernahkah kita membayangkan bahwa negeri ini, Indonesia, akan menjadi lebih hebat suatu saat nanti? Atau pernahkah kita berpikir di tangan siapa perubahan besar negeri ini akan terjadi? Di sini, kami hadir untuk menjadi perubahan tersebut. Kami, Unipma, Smart and Competitive. Selamat datang di Universitas PGRI Madiun Unipma, universitas yang berdiri pada tanggal 5 Juni 1975. Terletak di Kota Madiun, Jawa Timur, tepatnya di Jalan Setiabudi nomor 85. Hingga saat ini, Unipma memiliki 4 kampus. Unipma berkomitmen mendidik anak bangsa menjadi generasi berkualitas yang solutif dan berkarakter.
Universitas PGRI Madiun atau Unipma memiliki komitmen untuk tumbuh dan berkembang dengan meningkatkan kualitas secara berkelanjutan berdasarkan tata kelola universitas. Dengan semangat dan upaya untuk terus bergerak maju, kami yakin Unipma dapat melahirkan generasi penerus bangsa yang cerdas dan berdaya saing.
Unipma merupakan salah satu perguruan tinggi yang tinggi peminatnya. Oleh karena itu, kami selalu berkomitmen untuk meningkatkan kualitas lulusan dengan cara membekali mahasiswa dengan kemampuan keilmuan yang adaptif. Kurikulum yang dirancang pun telah sesuai dengan perkembangan ipteks, kebutuhan masyarakat, dan juga kebutuhan stakeholder. Kualitas pembelajaran pun menjadi hal yang utama bagi kami. Oleh karena itu, pembelajaran berbasis TIK melalui e-learning Unipma atau kita kenal ELMA telah memberikan pengalaman belajar yang lebih luas kepada mahasiswa untuk meningkatkan kompetensinya.
Mendukung aktivitas dan kreativitas mahasiswa menjadi insan unggul yang siap menghadapi tantangan, Unipma menyediakan fasilitas seperti smart classroom, perpustakaan, laboratorium terpadu, dan juga sarana non-akademik untuk mendukung minat dan bakat mahasiswa.
Sivitas Akademika Unipma patut berbangga karena sederet prestasi telah berhasil ditorehkan. Hal tersebut mendorong Unipma untuk terus sigap dan tanggap dalam berinovasi. Tantangan merupakan peluang dan hambatan adalah motivasi.
Unipma juga telah menjalin kerjasama dengan berbagai pihak di dalam negeri maupun di luar negeri. Program kerjasama internasional ini merupakan media pengembangan wawasan untuk dapat terus maju dan berkembang.
Unipma memiliki 6 fakultas dan 27 program studi, yaitu Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan dengan 14 program studi, Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan (FIKS) dengan 2 program studi, Fakultas Teknik (FT) dengan 5 program studi, kemudian Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis (FEB) dengan 3 program studi, Fakultas Hukum FH dengan 1 program studi, Fakultas Pasca Sarjana dengan 2 program studi. Sebagai bukti kredibilitasnya, Unipma telah berhasil meraih beberapa penghargaan, di antaranya adalah
Alright, I remind all participants that we will be starting our second section of the webinar. Okay. There is a question from Dinas Perhubungan Sragen. Ini sudah selesai. Oh, okay. We are about to start again, yeah, for the second section of our webinar actually. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to our international webinar on green technology. This is the second section of our webinar. My name is Nawasi Adina Putri, and I will be moderating for the next 2 hours. For participants who start to join from the second section, let me recap the first section Previously, we have discussed about green technology applied in several aspects, such as automotive industry, health, tourism, especially in culinary aspect, agriculture, especially in urban farming. We had 4 notable speakers in previous section. The first is Dr. Rifki Irzwan Abdul Jalal from UNIKL MFI Malaysia, who shared about electric vehicle conversion methodology. And the second, we also had Mr. Domingo Suarez from Instituto Nacional de Saúde Timor-Leste, who presented about readiness of health professionals to use digital technology in teaching and learning in the industrial era 4.0. And the third, we had Ms. Prasiwi Citraresmi from Politeknik Indonusa Surakarta, who talked about reusing food production waste for the economic value sustainability of society. And the fourth speaker, we had Mrs. Indah Wahyu Utami from Duta Bangsa University, who discussed about the reusing of household waste for urban farming. And for this second section, we also have notable speakers coming from various backgrounds, of course. The first, we have Mr. Sulaiman Deni Ramdhani from Universitas Sultan Ageng Tirtayasa. Good afternoon, Mr. Deni.
Good afternoon.
Okay, all right. How are you feeling today so far?
Great today. How about you?
Oh, I am feeling great. Okay. Thank you for asking, by the way.
Okay.
Okay, and for the second speaker, we have Dr. Darmadi from Universitas PGRI Madiun. Good afternoon, Dr. Darmadi.
Okay, good afternoon.
Okay, how are you today, Bapak?
Fine, thank you.
Okay, all right, great.
Yes.
And the third speaker, we have Dr. Rina Herawati from University of Setiabudi. Good afternoon, Ibu. Dr. Rina, are you with me now?
Yes, good afternoon.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, how are you today, Ibu? Dr. Rina, are you with me? Or
Yes, good afternoon. I'm sorry.
Okay, and then the last speaker, we have Miss Maharani Ayuning Tias from Politeknik Indonusa Surakarta. Good afternoon, Miss.
Good afternoon, Miss Nawang.
Okay. I hope you feel doing well today.
I hope so. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin the presentation, I would like to read our webinar rules. The first, you are required to activate camera and use background if possible. And then please mute the microphone during our webinar session. And your microphone can be activated during question and answer session. You can ask question by raising hand or typing the question in the chat box, and I will read them for you. And don't forget to rename your username by following format: full name _ institution _ nation. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now I'm going to invite our first speaker today, Mr. Sulaiman Deni Ramdhani from Universitas Sultan Ageng Tirtayasa, that will be presenting about greening the curriculum and training in vocational education. Let me read his profile first. All right, Mr. Sulaiman Deni Ramdhani is a lecturer and head of mechanical engineering vocational education at Universitas Sultan Ageng Tirtayasa. He completed his bachelor degree at 11 Maret University and continue his master degree at Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. Now, for the professional experience or research, he did some various research. Yeah, for example, research on acceleration of photovoltaic module startup, Tirtayasa Photovoltaic as bilateral cooperation between Undipta and chosen industry. And he also did a research on developing digital teaching material on basic electricity based on problem-based learning in vocational education. Also, he did a research on the effect of science, technique, engineering, mathematics, EDP in professional learning on automotive engineering competence in vocational high school. All right, Mr. Denny, now you have 20 minutes for a presentation, and then followed by question and answer session for about 10 minutes. Now the time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much for the moderator that have already given me time to present my presentation. Let me present my presentation. And first of all, I would like to say thank you for all the committee, the director, and all the staff that have already support this great event actually. Okay, my topic today here is about greening the curriculum and training vocational education. Okay, first of all, I would like to introduce myself first, but actually the moderator has already give information about me, so I skip this slide. Okay, our agenda today, I want to present to you all about, first is about vocational education, second is about curriculum, the third is about overview of greening, the fourth is greening TVET, and the last is greening the curriculum in TVET. Okay, I think all of you already know what is vocational education, because our how to say, our job here today is how to teach the student to be a good graduate to join the industrial need, I think. So what is vocational education? Okay, according to TILAC, vocational education is has an advantage to embedding specific job relevant skill that make the worker more readily suitable for a given job and will make him or her thus more productive. I think all people agree now about what vocational education is, because our concern in vocational education. So I think about definition, I don't need to give more explanation about what vocational education, but I want to remind again about what is vocational education. According to Clark and Wayne 2007, vocational education is confined to preparing young people and adults for working life, a process of learning carried as of a rather technical and practical nature. And as we know about vocational education is preparing young people and adults for working life with the skill definitely. According to OECD 2021, vocational education is a unique form education that focuses on practical skills and hands-on experiences. Why I have to first about what is a vocational education, because my topic here today is about curriculum, so we have to understand first the best of what we'll do about the development of the curriculum of vocational education. So we have to understand first about vocational education before we go to the curriculum. Oh, vocational education in Indonesia, as we know, we divide into part according to Undang-Undang Republik Indonesia about education national standard. There is two kind of definition. First is about secondary education, vocational high school, and the second is about higher education. It means something like Politeknik, vocational. So in Indonesia, there is two part of vocational education. First is SMK, we call Sekolah Menengah Kejuruan, and Pendidikan Vokasi, something like that. Or in higher education, we call Politeknik. But in university, there is also how to say applied major, something like D3, something like that. in our education, we divide into part, vocational education, for the secondary and the higher education. Okay, there are different school and of course university or college. So, but the same thing in two kind of different in vocational education is how to create the student, the graduate, to possess a skill, hands-on skill with the experience in learning process. So the main point is how to create the student to possess a new skills that important to their life after they graduated from school. Okay, how about curriculum? Curriculum in vocational education. Curriculum, according to education national standard, the curriculum is a set of plans and arrangements regarding to the objectives, content, and learning material, as well as the methods used as guidelines for the implementation of learning activities to achieve sustained education goals. I think the curriculum is not just talk about content. It's not talk about learning material. Just not talk about methods and so on. But the curriculum is really wide than our thing. So we have to see this kind of methods to a complete perspective, in a complete perspective. So when we want to develop a vocational education curriculum, the greening concept, so we have to understand first about the vocational education, and the second is about the curriculum itself. According to Finch and Carrington, curriculum might be defined as the sum of learning activities and experiences that student has under a space of a direction of the school. And according to Ornstein and Hankins, curriculum can be defined in the term of subject matter, math, science, English, history, and so on, or content, the way we organize and assimilate information. So what is curriculum? I think the definition is really complex, not just the subject, not just content, but all the things that affect our learning activities, learning experiences in class, in laboratorium. We call it curriculum. Yeah, including the methods, the teachers, the content, the objectives, and all the methods that have effect to the learning outcome of the educational system. Okay, there is a complexity of the curriculum. Yeah, I think I cannot explain more. So you just see the comprehensive the curriculum. It's just a simple thing. I think no sample, but of curriculum. There is a lot of perspective that we can take. What is the curriculum, and what is the greening? The greening is the process of transforming living environment and also artifacts such as space, lifestyle, or brain image into more environmentally friendly. As we know, greenhouse effect issues nowadays is really higher and higher, and I think we need something that change from the simple thing, because our job is educator in our educational level itself. So we have to understand how to make our learning process, our learning experiences, to make a student gain the learning outcome with the greening concept. So I think start from now we have to understand that the greening concept is really important to vocational education, because we cannot live with just go without care about the environment. I think we cannot do life like that. But the environment is really important, because we live for not for just no, but okay. Overview the case greening effect. the process of pursuing knowledge and practices with the intention of becoming more environmentally friendly, enhancing decision-making and lifestyle in more ecologically responsible manner that can lead the environmental protection and sustainability of natural resources for current and future generations, as I said before. And I think the green TVET is not just about environment, actually. It's all about lifestyle, attitude, how we treat something, how we deliver something, because there is a wide aspect if we want to learning deeply about green TVET. And the main point is for the future generation, and we can create students who can live with care about environmentally, about the habit, work habit, and they can sustainable to make the environment better and better. And also TVET plays an important role in helping make transition to a low carbon economy and climate resilient society. Because of our student is who will join the industrial world, so we have to create the student who understand how to treat the environment better, so they can create a green society in each their environment definitely. Several studies have found that student practicum results have not been managed properly. This means that the waste management from the practical result is still problematic. I think it's occur in all level of education who who still don't understand about the greening. Waste management is really important in our education world. We also have to pay attention about the administration definitely. So the concept of greening in the laboratorium, especially in waste management, we can control this problem. And TVET has a role to play ensuring that the knowledge, skills, and competencies acquired by individual will enable them to contribute to developing green economy and indeed to pursue areas of their lives. Because the student someday will join with the industrial world, so we have to prepare them to possess the knowledge, the skills, the competencies that really care about green environment, green economy, green society. So they can live with good habits. And I think with this, how to say, with this start point, we can change the world. So education, which is implementing the green concept, especially in vocational education and training, is really important today. Because I think the issues about green effect, greenhouse effect, and emission, pollution, it's really hot issues to how to solve them. I think start from the education system first. We create the graduates who understand how to treat the environment better. Yes, something like that. And worker who possess knowledge, skills, and competencies oriented to green occupation is more employable worker than someone who don't possess these attributes. Yes, I read it again. A worker who possesses knowledge, skills, and competencies oriented to the green occupation is more employable because they understand how to treat the environment, how to create good habits that can impact the good environment, the good society, green society. And how to develop green vocational education, especially in the curriculum. First is understanding first about the greening concept of in the vocational education. Without understanding, we cannot go forward. So the education, how to say, the education staff, the director, the lecturer, and all the people who stand in the educational system have to understand first about developing greening concept, especially in the curriculum vocational education. And the second is about the planning, how we want to create this understanding to implement the greening concept to the vocational education. To the next step, yes, implementing. Without planning, we cannot implementing in the good way. So we have to create a plan that related to the greening concept. So when we implement the greening concept in our curriculum in vocational education, after that, we're monitoring the progress. So we can evaluate and make some innovation. And the end of this process is our successfully to create the student, the graduated can live and work in their life, especially in the industrial world, with the good habit, with the good society, which is concerned with the greening concept.
Excuse me.
Okay.
You have
Yes.
5 minutes left for presentation. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, the greening curriculum and training aims to integrate sustainability into the existing curriculum and training. It's mean we mix the concept greening to traditional curriculum. It seeks to embed environment-related content and green skill in the curriculum and training. In the process, teachers and trainers are progressively equipped with the competencies that they need to deliver relevant content across disciplines or in a specific areas of competence. And the greening curriculum means adapting the concept and practices in the curriculum used. We mix the two kind of concept. First is the greening concept and the traditional concept that has already exists before. So we cannot erase directly, no, but we mix two kind of different about the curriculum. First is about greening concept and the traditional concept. Greening curriculum should not be limited to the environmental issues, as I said before, but also address social and economic aspect and their skill implication. And the end of this result is knowledge, skill, and attitude that are underpinned by values. We are really concerned is one of the concerns about failures. And integrating sustainability in the curriculum and training is the heart of the institutional greening process. So the main point is how to mix two kind of curriculum, the greening concept and the traditional concept. Because as we know, there is something change with a disruption era today. So we have to understand and adapt what the how to say this kind of condition. And solution is curriculum framework, regional territory. First is about occupation standard, training need analysis of green skill demands, ESD integration framework, teacher competency standard, integrating additional skill into the curriculum and training, waste management, water management, and one of the important thing also is about attitude change in teaching and learning. It's about content and pedagogy. So we cannot divide all aspects, but we integrate it itself by all the aspects. And greening TVET monitoring and external framework and curriculum development. First, environment-related content, and green skill development are part of an involving different curriculum and training. And second is teacher and trainers are supported to be competent and develop confidence in delivering relevant content on sustainability across discipline. And the third, students are equipped with knowledge, skill, and competencies adapted to the needs of society and economies that are valued in the world of work. And students are well informed and guided through the ongoing process of learning for sustainability. And I think there is the leveling, 3 levels to consider the curriculum in the macro systemic level, institutional level, and in a micro or program level. Because we have to understand what the curriculum in our institutional. So what we can do first, maybe revise the curriculum, make the policy to integrate, to implement that care about environment, and prepare the teacher who understand how to treat the student, so the student can adapt the attitude of greening concept. Introduce new skills into the current institutional is really important, because if we stand alone, I think that's the problem. We cannot run the concept just ourselves, but it needs all aspects, all all people contribute with this framework. And also we need coordination between the industry and private institution, how to develop the curriculum that are related to the industrial need. And I think we need also the society that have prospect to develop this kind of curriculum, the greening concept. And the teaching and learning media, it's really important also to deliver the knowledge, the competencies, and the attitude to the student with the good way, definitely. And the greening curriculum and training, the example, I think I ever created a study about the green school in vocational high school. And after I research in the vocational high school, I found something interesting. Almost the vocational high school still don't understand what the greening concept is, because they still don't understand. Then I say the green concept is something like this and blah blah blah. I explain what the greening concept, but time by time they start to understand, and they said that I have already implemented this actually, but I don't how to say, I don't write in our curriculum. My response, yes, still weak, I think, but to realize that greening concept in TVET is really important. Something like water management, energy use efficiency, and waste management from practicum in their laboratory. And I think if we talk to the teacher, they really appreciate and they want to develop the green curriculum actually, but because then they still don't know about this kind of concept, so they run with their knowledge and ways for greening the curriculum and training. We have to okay.
I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
We have a limited time, so it's time.
Okay.
I'm so sorry.
That's it. Okay, I finished. Okay, I give the time to you, moderator. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dani, for your presentation. Okay, I highlight one interesting things that you said that environment is important issue or is a necessary issue, yeah, because we don't only live for today, yeah. So that's why we should keep maintaining the sustainability. That's why maybe in academic field there should be implementation of greening the curriculum, right? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we open discussion session. So if you have any question, you can write in the chat box. We are opening the question and answer session.
I think all the participants already understand what I say.
Okay, it was crystal clear, I think.
Or confused. There is two condition: confuse or understand.
Okay, now when I see your materials, I highlight about waste management from practicum result. Yeah, it seems there are a lot of waste caused by practicum. Yes, so we need what is it? Waste management. Okay. So my question is there any solution? Yeah, really, about that to overcome this problem in terms of green curriculum. Okay, thank you.
Okay, as I said before, that the waste management problem of our school, our vocational high school and vocational education, especially in higher education, is waste management. And what is the solution then? First, we have to understand first what is the waste. What is the trust? If the trust is dangerous, so we have to treat with the right treat, of course. And we have to create a management, a system, how to say, a standard operational procedure, how to how to say, the worst, we have to understand how danger is. And after we understand, we prepare the solution is a standard operational procedure. So the people, the staff, the student understand when they produce waste, something like that, they understand, oh, I have to put this waste to the trash bag or the place that already how to say, already prepare for the trash. So I give 2 points. First is standard operational procedure about waste management in our laboratory, and the second is about change the attitude, the how to say, the habit of the student. We have to give them knowledge how to treat this waste, how to manage this waste. So when the practicum produce the waste, they understand what I have to do, what I have to do with this kind of trash. Oh, I have to put this trash to the place that already exists to manage the trash. Yeah, something like this. There is two important point. First is about the administration, standard operational procedure, and the second is change the habit, the attitude of the student, of the lecturer, to treat this waste, this trash, something like that.
Okay,
it is clear.
Okay, so it's not only about the knowledge about waste management itself, but also the attitude or habit from the students and
That's right.
the teachers also. All right. Okay. Oh, we already had a question from Mr. Sudiro. Okay, how is the implementation of the vocational curriculum in Indonesia so far? And what is the impact if we implement the green curriculum to our learning process? Okay, please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sudiro. As I said before in my presentation, I have already emphasized that how to implement the vocational curriculum, green curriculum in vocational education. First is in the macro system, but the question is the policy support this kind of concept or not. But actually, I think we can how to say influence the public policy in our curriculum. But if we see in the macro system, I think that's hard to influence all the aspects, because the curriculum, especially in higher education, is free to set. I think when we want to build greening to fed in higher education is easier than in vocational high school, because in higher education we already get free to set our curriculum. So if we want to create the greening curriculum in TVET, especially in higher education, it's easier. So just revise the curriculum, prepare the administration, prepare the all aspect that influence the curriculum, that supporting the curriculum, clear. But if we talk about senior high school, that's the problem. I think because the senior high school already granted the curriculum from the Ministry of Education. So what they can do is modify with the simple thing. The management was management, habit, attitude, water management, energy use efficiency. Yeah. Because we see this problem in two aspects. First is from higher education, and the second is from vocational high school. If we see from the higher education, it's done because we get free access to set our curriculum. But the problem is when we want to set the curriculum in vocational high school. And the answer is we start from the simple thing, our habits, our administration, to create waste management, water management, energy use management, but not for all the vocational education in Indonesia, especially in higher vocational high school. But if we talk about in higher education, it's free to set. And what the impact of if we implement the green curriculum to our learning process? I think the impact is really big. How to say? If we implement the green curriculum, I think we create something that really care with the environment, and we create the student who has a good attitude to how to say, to treat the society, to treat the environment in the world of industrial. So when we implement the greening concept, we get a lot of how to say, positive side. Yeah, as I said before, first is we support to green effect issues definitely, and the second is we manage the dangerous rabies, and we care with the environment, and finally the environment will better and better for the future generation. And the last is we create people, young adult, with the good habit to treat the environment, to treat the society with the green concept in their mind. I think something like that, the answer, Ms. Moderator.
All right, thank you for your explanation. Okay, so unfortunately, I'm sorry, our time is over. So let me read the summary from your presentation. So first of all, thank you for sharing such useful materials. We have a new insight from Mr. Daniel that sustainability is also integrated in education through curriculum and a training program. Reading the curriculum and training is not only limited in environmental issue, but also social and economic aspects, including skill implication. All right, Mr. Dedi, thank you for your time. Thank you for joining our webinar today. It's such an honor for us to have you in this webinar. I hope your materials could inspire more academic institutions to be more aware toward green technology application through greening curriculum and training.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving to our next speaker. We have Dr. Darmadi from PGRI Madiun University. He will be presenting about farm education learning with science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics approach. But I'm going to read his profile first. Right. So, Dr. Darmadi is a lecturer in mathematics education, okay, from University of PGRI Madiun. He completed his master degree university, and then he pursued his postgraduate or doctoral in education also. Depends of extraordinary school, education, of course, and then mathematics. Okay, for the professional experience, now he is head of innovation and intellectual property center. The project he more focused on visual. I mean, like, sorry, focus community service, yeah, especially in students with special needs. All right, Dr. Darmadi, you have 20 minutes for presentation and 10 minutes for discussion. The time
Okay, yes, thank you. My screen appear. Yes. How about the screen? Hello. Tes. Okay. My name is Darmadi. I am a lecturer in mathematics education at Universitas PGRI Madiun. You hear me, Miss Moderator?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, I could hear you. Please.
Okay. Okay. Before I presented my article, thanks to Politeknik Indonusa Surakarta, Universitas PGRI Madiun, Ristek Dikti, and SLB Negeri Karangrejo. So I can stand on become a speaker on this moment. That our article have title about farm education learning with STEM approach. The first, we discuss about the concept to avoid error or this misconception, difference in concept. About farm education. Farm education is learning that held in and out of the classroom, like on farm, plantation, agriculture, fisheries, workshop, and so on. Mr. Dhani discuss about curriculum to creating TVET, and our discuss is about implementation about STEM, about farm education with STEM approach. And the STEM is learning that blends science, technology, engineering, art, and mathematics. So many experts have the definition about STEM. On our discussion is farm education learning with STEM approach. It's our conduct at SLB Negeri Karangrejo, and the link of this article to this seminar theme, I think like this, about the health, the farm education learning with STEM approach can improve students physically and mental health, and about the Taurus, it's our vision to make SLB Negeri Karangrejo as a model school. So we hope our team have a vision. It will be model school and then visited by many people. And about the technology, I think from the STEM, one of objective of the farm education learning with STEM approach is to introduce and develop technology to the student. The location of our research is at SLB Negeri Karangrejo. You can look at that at Google Map. Yes, it's SLB Negeri Karangrejo. There is Unipma, and it's, I think, Politeknik Indonusa at Surakarta. Some activities we undang to SLB Negeri Karangrejo about farm education with STEM approach by pumpkin garden, and then by talang farmer gardening, by papaya gardening, by babana gardening, and by livestock warming, yes, and so on. Not just it's and we can look these activities at our YouTube. Okay, I think it's our YouTube. I think it is. We need to know. So I want to stop this screen and then. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's the YouTube can appear on the screen, Miss. Okay, I think it is okay.
Okay, I can hear it. It's okay. No problem. Excuse me, Dr. Darmadi. I think we couldn't hear the sound. There is no sound from here. Could you please maintain it? There is still no sound from your video. All right, Dr. Darmadi, can you hear me? Are you with me? Because we couldn't hear the back sound from your video. And I would like to remind you that you have 5 minutes left for presenting your materials. Thank you.
Okay, next,
All
back
right,
to,
Dr. Darmadi, I remind you
okay,
you have 5 minutes left
okay,
for
yes,
presenting. Thank you.
okay. going to stop screen. The learning pace or the steps that we use to of the learning on farm education learning with STEM approach is like this. The phase one or the stage one is the science, and the stage the teacher explain the material, and then student listening, and the learning ends by quiz or science test, and that relate to the material or project. And the phase two is technology, and the stage the teacher explain the material and equipment, and then the student is learning, and the learning ends with a quiz or test about technology related to the material or project, of course. And then and the third phase is about the engineering, and the state is the teacher demonstrate and student listen, and the learning ends with the quiz or engineering test related to the material or project. And the four phase is art, and this states the teacher asks student to do tasks, and student doing the task, and learning ends with the assessment of student neatness and accuracy in doing the assignment, the second assignment. And the last phase or the is mathematics, and the states the teacher gave question to the student on the discussion, and the student answer the teacher question, and the learning ends with the maths assessment that relate to the material or project. On this study, it's very interesting because the teacher and student are very enthusiastic about this learning. Okay, and then the implementation. Okay. And upon the implementation of farm education with STEM approach, example on the pumpkin farming, we use a classroom action research, qualitative research and development, and then the project-based learning. We use a 5 cycle. The first cycle is about nursery or pembibitan. Kemudian the second cycle is about land preparation, and the third cycle is about planting, and for second cycle is about carrying, and the 5th cycle is about harvesting atau pemanenan. It's from our development research about development of authentic assessment instrument in farm education learning with STEM approach at SLP Negeri Ronco. We have the value of practically is 74%, and the validity 87%, and the effectiveness is 74%. It's more than 40%, so the instrument can be used or layak digunakan, gitu, on Indonesian. And about the development of math book teaching, it's as a mathematical learning media to improve learning outcomes of SLP Negeri Karangrejo. We have this math book have practically 77.5%, and the validity is 82.5%, and the effectiveness is 74.5%. And so the practically validity and effectiveness is more than 40%. That's our standard to so we can set that this instrument can be using. From qualitative study, the independent of student of SLP Negeri Karangrejo, Madiun Regency, learning farm education with STEM approach, we we have result as like that. The attitude of responsibility can be seen from the neatness after carrying out learning. Students return the equipment that has been used to the warehouse. The attitude of having our initiative can be seen from the enthusiasm of students in discussion of the problem raised by the teacher. Student completing themselves is not easy to ask other for help in doing the task given by the teacher. So the student have initiative, and then the attitude of not being dependent on other is seen when student do the question with given by the teacher. Students are independent is answering teacher question. So the STEM farm education with STEM approach can be increase the independence of the student at SLP Negeri Karangrejo. From some our study, our innovation, I think like this on math book, authentic assessment instrument, and the pot for ground bonsai that we registered in DJKI, the patent. And I think it's still if we can collaborate, so we can increase this innovation, because very much that need by the student by special needed. This. Okay, thanks. Our summary, our article can be look at the summary on the poster about farm education with STEM approve. Okay, thanks. I think like that our article. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Miss.
Thank you, Dr. Daramadi. We can see that farm education, from your presentation, is like a learning method to introduce the students about the importance of green technology. And now we open the discussion session. If you have any question, please write in the chat box. We are opening discussion session now. Please, if you have any question or comments. All right.
The volume can be.
Dr. Tadi, I actually have a curiosity about farm education that you have practiced or applied farm education in with students with special needs, right?
Oh,
And
yes.
my question is how the impression of the students about farm education method so far.
The what? The impression?
The impression, or I mean, like maybe their enthusiasm or their impression about farm education, seperti tanggapan, kesan.
Okay.
Okay.
From the teacher, I think teacher and student, I think they are very enthusiastic. From the angket, from the quiz that we from the quizzes, there are practice. Yes, and the practically is to make sure about the student and the teacher respond. I think like that. Okay. On the volume.
Okay. Speaking about farm education so far, in at school, do you find any difficulty or challenge in applying the farm education method to your students?
Okay, yes. And the challenge is, I think it's very much a challenge about to the student, because the student is they have a special needs, so it's not easy to give a learning to them, because the special student, they are special student. Okay.
Thank you for your answer. Is there any other question or comments? When I see your presentation, we know that you are dedicated much in, I mean, like special needs students. That should be appreciated, I think.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I'm sorry, my English is not good. Okay.
It's okay, no problem, Bapak. Okay. All right. I think time is enough. From Dr. Dharmadi presentation, we can conclude that farm education is a learning method to introduce students about the importance of green technology. It can be implemented in simple ways like gardening or farming at school. So I can say that this is an effective method to ask students to be more aware of environmental sustainability. All right. Dr. Dharmadi, thank you for your explanation. It's such an honor to have you in this seminar. I hope we could improve knowledge about farm education more as an effort to apply green technology in the future. Thank you for joining us today. See you later. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have heard the implementation of green technology concept applied in education or academic fields. Now we are going to learn it from the health perspective, especially in pharmacy. Let me invite our third speaker, Dr. Rina Herawati from University of Setiabudi, that will be discussing about in silico design for supporting green chemistry in drug development. But I will read her profile first for you. Dr. Rina Herawati is a lecturer of pharmacochemistry department at University of Setiabudi. She completed her bachelor degree in pharmacy at Erlangga University. Then she took the pharmacist professional program at Erlangga University also. Then she pursued her master degree in pharmacy at Institut Teknologi Bandung. Then she got doctoral degree in pharmacy also at Institut Teknologi Bandung. She is currently head of Institute for Research and Community Service at Setiabudi University. And for her projects, because her background in pharmacy, of course, the project is research in pharmacy also. All right, Dr. Rina, are you already with me now?
Yes, thank you, Mrs. Nawangsi. Okay. Let me share my screen.
Okay, so you have 20 minutes for presentation and for presentation. Now the time is yours.
Okay, yes, thank you. Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm Rina Herawati from Setiabudi University. First, thanks to Mrs. Nawangsi for the nice introduction. It is an honor to be here. Thanks to Politeknik Indonesia for the opportunity to be the speaker in this webinar. Today we will talk about in silico design for supporting green chemistry in drug development. My presentation consists of 4 parts. The first is about drug discovery process. The second is in silico approach. The third is pharmacokinetic study, and the major part is about the design of anti-inflammatory drug. First, let's overview about the drug discovery process. Drug discovery commonly comprise design, make, test, and analyze cycles. It requires a long development time, ranging from 10 to 15 years. It requires high cost, an average cost of approximately $2 to $3 billion. And the major problem is the low success rates to bring a drug to the market. This picture, sorry. This picture represents the steps of drug discovery process. It starts with screening of the lead compound, and then followed by lead optimization to find drug candidates, and the next stage is still long. But we will focus on step 2, which includes the synthesis process. We realized that it is difficult to design and synthesize new drug molecules rapidly and effectively. We know that the synthesis of chemical compound has a negative impact on the environment because of the material use, such as we use chemical reagent, we use the organic solvent. So the principles of green chemistry can be comprehensively implemented in green synthesis of pharmaceutical. Green synthesis can be performed using a holistic design of the active pharmaceutical ingredients, including in silico design, or we often refer as computer-aided drug design. Computer-aided drug synthesis technology nowadays has been widely used in all aspects of drug synthesis because it can accelerate the synthesis of new drugs, and the point is shorten the duration of drug development. Okay. Computer-aided drug synthesis itself consists of 3 types, namely computer-aided drug design, computer-aided drug synthesis disruptive design, and computer-aided intelligent drug synthesis machine. But today we will focus on this part, computer-aided drug design. Computer-aided drug design itself cover a very wide field. It can be used to screen and design the drug candidate molecule. It can be predict the absorption, distribution, metabolism, and excretion properties of a drug, and so on. But today we will focus on this study, specifically pharmacokinetic estimation of a compound. Pharmacokinetic study was conducted to obtain the absorption, the distribution, metabolism, and excretion properties of a drug compound, or we often call it ADME, stand for absorption, distribution, metabolism, and excretion. Historically, inappropriate pharmacokinetic characteristics have been a major cause of failure of compounds in the later stages of drug development. Why? Because after a drug was synthesized, many stages of testing are carried out. including pharmacokinetic studies. So it was need tools to predict the pharmacokinetics parameter, and it was be the interest for pharmacy industry, because if we can predict the pharmacokinetics profile, we will have consequent saving of vital resources and of course the valuable time. I mean, traditionally we have to synthesize compounds and then test it. So many tests we conducted, but with computer-aided drug design, we only need to draw the structure, two-dimensional structure, and we use computer to predict all the parameters. So prediction acts a filter to decrease the further synthesis and testing, so resulting in more drug-like molecules which can also use to refine the model or the prediction. Pharmacokinetic itself, or DM is stand for drug metabolism, was conducted in all steps of drug development. During lead discovery, lead optimization, candidate profiling, and clinical development, pharmacokinetic study was included in there. So pharmacokinetic profile is important in drug discovery process. Now we enter the arrive to the major part of my presentation. Is about design of anti-inflammatory drug. We know that maybe all of us have been used the anti-inflammatory drug. We know paracetamol, ibuprofen, mefenamic acid. We use it often in our life. Non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug belongs to be the most widely used therapeutics. Through their anti-inflammatory, antipyretic, analgesic activity, this drug represents a choice in various inflammatory diseases such as arthritis, rheumatism, and it can relieving the pains and fever. The NSAID efficacy is related to its inhibition of both COX-1 and COX-2 isoform of the enzyme cyclooxygenase. We know that enzyme cyclooxygenase catalyzes the conversion of arachidonic acid to prostaglandin. That prostaglandin is the main mediator for pain, fever, and inflammation. However, due to the non-selective mechanism of action, the long-term use of NSAID is associated with significant side effects such as gastrointestinal lesion, bleeding, and nephrotoxicity. So, development of the safe NSAID is still interesting. NSAID represents a heterogeneous family or group compounds. One of this is antipyrin and pyrosolone derivative compounds. This is the structure of phenazone, or we know as antipyrin, as analgesic and antipyretic. Syed et al. Synthesized, developed some antipyrin and pyrosolone derivatives, aiming to discover new compounds with potential anti-inflammatory activity, but with a lower side effect of this drug. There is 13 compounds here, and this is the data of anti-inflammatory activity. There is some compounds here. This column represents the in vivo inhibitory activity. I mean, these compounds were administered to the rat, that the model of inflammatory induced by carrageenan. Then orally administration of this compound resulted percent of inhibition. The second and third column is represent the in vitro inflammatory activity tested on enzyme cyclooxygenase 1 and enzyme cyclooxygenase 2. This column represents the selectivity index that represents the safety of the anti-inflammatory compound. Point of view of this data is the discrepancy between in vitro and in vivo activities, mainly for compound 5A and 5A, that it's not a reference between in vitro and in vivo anti-inflammatory activity. The goal of our research was to obtain the predicted pharmacokinetic profile of antipyrin and pyroxylone derivative compounds to reduce or compare to further testing result. The methods in our research, including the prediction of absorption, the prediction of distribution, and the prediction of excretion, we use the web server, namely PKGMS. And for metabolic prediction, we use a web server biotransformer. The step to predict the pharmacokinetic profile is quite simple. First, we draw the molecule by the Mesin structure, so we can get the SMILE code. Then we input the SMILE code in this tab. We input the SMILE code of each compound in this tab and selecting what parameters want to calculate: absorption, distribution, metabolism, excretion, toxicity, or all the parameters. Likewise, to obtain metabolic profile, it's enough to select the metabolic transformation, then input the SMILE code, and determine the number of reaction iteration. It's quite simple. And the result of the pharmacokinetic profile, we start with absorption result. The result of absorption profile revealed that human intestinal absorption of compound 5A and 5B is were high. But the question is why the in vivo activity were lower than other compounds which have the similar in vitro activity. So let's observe the distribution profile prediction. We can see that some of compounds were predicted as the substrate of glycoprotein. It means these compounds will tend to remove again after it successfully entered the cell. So it will reduce the absorption. From the metabolic pathway, metabolic result prediction, we can figure out that the compound tends to undergo reaction of hydroxylation. Reaction from number 1 to number 9 is hydroxylation reaction as a phase 1 of metabolism. For compound 2A, it's also occur the reaction of reduction of carbon double bond. For other compounds also undergo similar hydroxylation reaction. We can see the hydroxyl group here that make the compounds more polar than the starting compound. However, for compound 5A, we observed that compound 5A undergo other metabolism reaction despite of hydroxylation. It's occur an oxidation and alkane exoxidation. This explains that these two reactions suspected to be to eliminate the bioactivity of the compound. This pathway explain why the in vivo activity is lower, not related to the in vitro bioactivity. And we can see the excretion profile. We can observe that the hydroxylation of the compounds produce polar compounds. It was related to the data that total clearance was almost of the compound were high, and almost of the compound were predicted as a substrate for renal OCT. OCT is stand for organic cation transporter, which facilitate the renal excretion of the compounds. So we can figure out that with computer-aided drug design, we can correlate the in vivo and in vitro data from the profile of pharmacokinetic, absorption, distribution, metabolism, and excretion. So the conclusion of this research was, first, in silico approach could be implicated to reduce the experiment step in drug development. The second, pharmacokinetic prediction profile can explain the result of antipyretic and pyroxylone derivative bioactivity study. And the last, metabolism pathway plays a role in correlation of in vivo and in vitro bioactivity of antipyrin and pyroxylone derivatives. Well, this brings me to the end of my presentation. I really appreciate your attention. This presentation will be beneficial for all of us. I return the time and screen to Mrs. Nawangse. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Rina, for presenting your materials. From your presentation, we can say that the concept of green chemistry is the way to support the development of green technology. And one of the way is the approach of in silico design, in silico approach, because it can shorten the duration of drug development. And now we open the discussion session. So if you have any question, please write in the chat box, and I will read them for you. All right. Is there any question or comment? From the participants? Okay, Dr. Rina, when I read your presentation, you say that in silico approach or in silico design is effective, in drug development. Because my background is not for pharmacy, and I am speaking as the perspective from the common people. And my question is there any side effect of in silico design in development chemistry?
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Nawangse. No, because in silico approach is we use computer to calculate. We can calculate or predict the absorption, predict the activity. So what we conducted in silico approach, just withdraw the structure. After we draw the structure, we input it in computer program, and we get the result. It's no use to synthesize the molecule. So I said that it reduced the step of synthesis. So reduce the impact of the environment. How about the side effect? This in silico approach can help we predict the side effect of drug. Like this, like in my research, the inhibition of COX-1 was associated to the side effect of anti-inflammatory drug, but the inhibition of COX-2 related to the anti-inflammatory activity of drug. So when we predict the COX-1 activity was low and the COX-2 inhibition activity was high, we can postulate that the compound will have atau will show good anti-inflammatory activity with low side effect. So there is no side effect from in silico approach. Otherwise, it can predict the side effect of a drug candidate molecule. That's all, Mrs. Nawangse.
All right. Thank you for your answer. So I can conclude that there is no side effect of in silico design. Yeah. Speaking from the safety, this is clearly safety if we develop this approach, right?
Yes, right.
Okay. Thank you. And unfortunately, our time is over now. So
yes.
From Dr. Rina, we have new insight here that green chemistry needs to develop and implement in green synthesis of pharmaceuticals using in silico design. In silico design is used since it can accelerate the synthesis of new drugs and shorten the duration of drug development. All right, Dr. Rina, thank you for your explanation. It's such an honor for us to have you in this webinar. Absolutely, we have new insight about the implementation of green technology in health field, particularly in green chemistry through green synthesis. Okay, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you, Mrs. Nawangse.
You're welcome. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now we are moving to the last speaker. Let me invite Ms. Maharani Ayuningtyas from Politeknik Indonusa Surakarta. She will be presenting about the strategy for reducing visual waste, and I will read her profile first. Ms. Maharani Ayuningtyas is a lecturer of Mass Communication Study Program at Politeknik Indonusa Surakarta. She completed her bachelor degree in Communication Science at Universitas Dr. Sutomo Surabaya. Then she pursued her master degree in Communication Science also at Universitas Dr. Sutomo Surabaya. And she is an expert, yeah, in public relations, journalistic communication, digital marketing, and photography. Okay, this is a typical of a millennial expert and skill, I think. Okay, and now she is the secretary of Mass Communication Study Program at Politeknik Indonusa Surakarta. And before she start her career at academic, her background is from industry. She used to be a digital marketing and promotion team at PT Tiga Permata Express and Logistics Surabaya and event team of SBO TV Surabaya. All right, Ms. Maharani, you have 20 minutes for her presentation and followed by questions and answer session for approximately 10 minutes. Now the time is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Nawang. Before I start my presentation, let me introduce myself to you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Maharani Ayuning Tias, and I'm a lecturer at Politeknik Indonusa Surakarta. And now I teach communication in the Communication Study Program. And at this time, I will convey the idea of strategies for reducing visual waste. And then I try to move on. Okay. Okay. We will talk about communication and marketing communication. So to understand this topic further, maybe it's a good idea to understand the definition of communication and marketing communication. With a table, see in my explanation. First, we will talk about communication. So the communication is the process of passing information or sending and understanding receiving the same from one person to another through verbal and non-verbal means. And the other definition about communication is the giving and receiving of feedback between individuals and or groups for the purpose of exchanging information. And we can see on the right side on my presentation, I put a definition of marketing communication in there. So marketing communication a means by which firms attempt to inform, to persuade, and to remind consumers directly or indirectly about the products and brands they sell. This definition is from Kobler and Keller. So the conclusion is in the description, I give a yellow highlight which is the important point of its explanation. On a communication, I put a yellow marking on giving, receiving, and purpose of exchanging information. Besides, on the right side, I give a yellow marking to inform, to persuade, and to remind consumers about the product and brands. That is the point of marketing communication. And then I try to move on the next slide. Okay. Laswell was interested in the result that mass communication channel had on the audience or on the receivers when a message was communicated. During the years that this model stemmed up, communication studies and the impact of mass media was a topic of huge interest and debate. Mass media was being considered as a tool that could create a massive impact. Okay. And Harold Laswell's model is founded on a 5 W's approach. This model can be defined in just one statement: who says what, to whom, through which channel, and with what effect. Okay, I move on my next slide. Well, in this slide, we will talk about marketing communication. So in marketing communication, there are many activities that can be done, such as sales promotion, events and experiences, public relation, and so on. One of the things in this marketing mix that we need to pay attention to, is advertising. Why? Because advertising will be related to the topic that I will convey. Okay, now we talk about promotion. On the next slide. In the marketing communication process, we are familiar with the term of promotions. Promotion is to persuasive communication to provide information to potential customers about a product or services. And not only in a business context, political campaigns also use promotions to make candidates or political parties successful. And then I will talk about the purpose on the next slide. Marketing promotion has several purposes. The first is to provide precise information about the product or service being sold to a potential market. And then second, to increase sales so that the company's profit increases as well. And third, to get new consumers and loyal to the product or services. And fourth, to build a good image of the product and the company's name in the eyes of consumers. And then on fifth, we have the purpose to promote their own products in order to remain competitive in the market with the other products. And the last, six, to maintain sales stability. And next. Yes. Now we have a difference between ads and promotions. Many of us still equate between advertising and promotion, although both marketing strategies for product to reach consumers, if understood correctly in a marketing concept, both have different functions. Advertising is all forms of message company. It's about marketing company products that are conveyed through various types of media and finance for certain circles or the wider community. While promotion refers to a series of activities communicating goods or service to consumers in a purchase activity in accordance with the wishes and needs of consumers. And then from this understanding, it can be said that advertising is part of promotion. I try to repeat. We can say that advertising is part of promotion. Meanwhile, promotion is included in the marketing mix. There are other forms of promotion that can be used that both have an important role in marketing strategies such as campaigns, and then discount vouchers, maybe endorsement, exhibitions, direct marketing, and other persuasive businesses. Okay, on the next page. Yes, this is a display advertising. Advertising is a promotional activity that aims to sell products or services to the target audience. To convey the advertising message to the public, a media is needed. Today, we often find banners or maybe advertising stickers at almost every crossroad and at every traffic lights. Their places are often used as advertising and promotions points. And you know, the target audience of this advertising is drivers, passengers, and pedestrians. If there is only one banner, there are not a problem, I think, but the problem is if there were more than one. Even multiple advertising at a time, can you imagine what it would be like? Okay, next slide. We will talk about the impact. Without realizing the number of outdoor advertisements that are not controlled can have a negative impact on society. Moreover, the placement of advertisement is not well regulated. Outdoors advertising has an impact on driver safety. You can look at the picture on my presentation. And then on the next slide. This is a news clipping that was picked up by the news media in Indonesia. On the newspaper, we can look that Yogyakarta is one of the areas in Indonesia that gets the spotlight on the amount of advertising posts on the streets. And this issue was raised by several media, and they call it as visual threats. Okay, next. Visual trace, or we usually call it as a visual waste. Visual waste is a waste that mostly consists of several other advertisements that are posted in public places without official permission from the government. And the form of others advertising banners and maybe stop signs and also a sticker. In fact, an advertisement that has a permit from the government, if it disturbs the order of the city and can spoil the view, it can also be called a visual waste. And I would tell you that a place that should be beautiful and maybe comfortable to look at is suddenly damaged by visual waste. The trees that should have lived a long life were tortured and died because of the spikes attached to their trunks. Electrical poles, fences, and walls that should be cleaned become dirty by advertising agencies producing, by advertising agencies who producing visual waste. The public sphere would be better off if it was not privatized by trademarks or maybe political party promotions, and let people enjoy the public space, let people enjoy the beauty of the city without the other advertisement that are visual garbage. Okay, I will move to the next slide. Let's take the example of the commuter line train. Inside the carriages, we can use, there are hanging alleys, wall panels, hand grips, selling panels, door branding, and standing panels to advertise. Also in the carriages, we can take advantage of outside train branding. Outside train branding is an advertisement that is on the two other sides of the carriage, and every day at least around 800,000 residents of Jakarta, Depok, Tangerang, and Bekasi in Indonesia use the commuter line train. This is the reason that branding products on commuter line train is the right choice, because it is effective, efficient, and then also economical and on target. On the next page, we have a billboard illustration. Billboard is an alternative advertising medium that is quite interesting, and advertising businesses that require a large amount of electricity for billboard lighting are now starting to switch on ordinary electricity to solar electricity. Solar power began to be used for lighting billboards. A part of being cost-effective, solar technology also helps conserve nature, because electricity does not cause pollution and can be continuously renewed. Okay, I will move on the next page. And then if you think that advertising using merchandise, solar billboards, or transportation media is too expensive, you can use social media to advertise. Today's millions of people on and use social media. Using advertising on social media is relatively cheaper. And you can set the advertising budget, audience segmentation, and maybe it's about advertising objectives, and most importantly, you can monitor and analyze the result directly. Okay, so we are now in a conclusion from my presentation today. So If you think that advertising using merchandise, solar, billboard, or transportation media is expensive, you can use social media to advertise. And this is most importantly, you can monitor and analyze the result directly. Okay, Ms. Nawang.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Marani, for sharing your insightful knowledge about wise strategy to anticipate visual waste caused by conventional advertising in public places that can harm the environment. It emphasized on placing the advertisement wisely. We could also use social media as the effective way for promotion. And social media offers convenience, like you can manage your budget and control it. And most importantly, it won't harm the environment. Now we are opening discussion session. Should you have any question, please write in the chat box. We are opening the discussion now. All right. Speaking about the social media as the effective way for digital advertising, we know that there is algorithm in social media, search engine, or etc. Do you think is it still effective way compared to conventional advertising? Because we know that social media is segmented, is relatively segmented compared to conventional advertising, because conventional advertising everyone can see anywhere, anytime. Okay, what do you think about that? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question, Ms. Nawang. When we talk about social media, we talk about algorithm, of course, about it. And I would say that every media that we choose, I'm sure every media have or has benefits, and between one media and the others, it have differences. But when we talk about social media, let's take one example. We talk about Instagram. Instagram has an algorithm that it's always changing. So what we learn today about the algorithm, maybe in 2 weeks later, or maybe 1 month later, or maybe 3 months later, and so on, it will be changed. So we have to follow the update from the development of the algorithm on the social media. So I can say that if we don't try and if we don't practice, yeah, it's okay. But the algorithm is also having a development. Yes.
All right. We can conclude that we should keep updating about the development of algorithm of social media. Thank you for your answer. And we already got a new question from Mr. Dimas. Okay. Our problem with using digital media to advertise is that we do not know where to start. Can you give us some tips, or solution on how to solve this problem? Okay, please.
Okay. I'll try to answer the question. Thank you for Mr. Adimas for the question. The important point is we have to be friendly with technology. That is the important point that I would like to give a marking on this point. I mean, we must have a desire to understand what digital advertising is like, and we can learn from various media on the internet. And after we have a willingness to learn, we have to brave enough to try, because I've said before, because we thought without trying and practice, we never know what the meaning of we say social media or digital marketing insight on the strategy for optimize social media. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your answers. So it's again about practicing, yeah.
Yes, that's true.
Okay. For the next question, we have a question from Mr. Sudiro. Okay. Okay, I appreciate your enthusiasm for our webinar today. Okay. What are the benefits if we switch to digital advertising to reduce visual waste? Okay, please.
Okay. The maybe it's a benefit when we we in a moment to convergency from the conventional to media. Okay. I think there are many advantages that we will get if we switch to digital advertising. First, we can set the advertising budget according to our budget. We can determine the target market in accordance with our advertising goals, and of course, we can easily analyze the result of this advertising because we can set or we can put the CTA, or we call in other words as a call to action feature that's served by every social media when we put advertising on it, and this CTA is an action that person to do after he or she watch our advertising, such as click certain website link and to put a comment in it, or maybe to buy something. This is the point is we can easily analyze, and we can control our budget on it on to put an advertising on it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your answer. I think it's clear. Is there any question or comment? We are still opening the discussion session. Anyone? Please write your question in the chat box. Okay.
Maybe all participants already tired this hour.
I think this theme or topic is very interesting, especially for the millennials. Yes, yes, we call it millennials, and digital agency is in digital advertising, digital marketing is the current trend, yeah, in the industry, correct?
Yes, that's true.
And you have a experience in digital marketing. What do you think the development of digital marketing so far in Indonesia, maybe especially for the millennials?
Okay. I'm so surprised with the activity from the young people and also the millennials people when they can learn fastly more than all generation. I mean what is for example, there is something feature, there is new feature on social media is millennial is can understand it and can operate it is fastly, and they can they can more understand faster than us. So this is the chance for the millennial people to improve this their skill, and I hope for the millennial people to always having curiosity to learn about new and follow the upgrading of social media, so they can take a benefit from it, and maybe it relate with her or with his work after finish the school or in university. And so if they're familiar to the update feature from the digital media, they can applicate it to if they want to put or to play media advertising on social media, it's very helpful.
Okay, thank you for your explanation. And now we realize that it's necessary, to wisely choose the advertising media that's more environmental friendly. So by social media, no more advertisement on trees, public places, or traffic light or something. Yeah, we can use social media for more effective yet creative way. Okay, so Ms. Marani, thank you for joining us today and giving your insightful presentation.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Nawang. Thank you for having me on this event.
Okay.
See you on the next time.
You're welcome. See you next time. So, ladies and gentlemen, finally, we have heard the implementation of green technology concept in education or academic, health, especially in pharmacy, and communication strategy, especially in marketing or promotion aspects. I would like to extend my gratitude to Mr. Denny, Dr. Darmadi, Dr. Rina, and Ms. Maharani for spending your time to present insightful materials to us. I hope we can arrange our further cooperation in the next webinar. All right, this is the end of our international webinar on green technology. Thank you for having me. I apologize for any mistakes. And for students or participants who attend the student competition yesterday, please stay, because after this time, we will announce the winner of the Students Innovation Competition. So once again, thank you for joining us today. Hopefully we can meet in the next webinar. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Ms. Nawang. Our webinar was amazing today. There's a lot of new information and knowledge that we can get during today's webinar. Thank you to all the speakers and participants who attended today's webinar. Well, now is the time that all participants of the International Innovation Technology Competition have been waiting for: the announcement of the winner. Without further ado, I will immediately announce the result from the judges. In the first session, I will announce the result of the high school level competition. Just go to the first category, namely prototype. bronze medal in the prototype category, awarded to product name a novel from all sponge rubber with tamarind seed pulp for dye and lead absorption in wastewater from mangrove dyeing. And congratulations to student from Princess Chulaborn Science High School, Pathum Thani, Thailand. Give an applause. Furthermore, it is still in the prototype category. The silver medal in this category is awarded to product name the innovation of car wheel attachment using biomimicry fin from humpback whale and oriental arborvitae leaf to decrease air pollution. Congratulations to students from Princess Chulaborn Science High School, Pathum Thani, Thailand. Give an applause. And the last one in this category is the gold medal. Gold medal in the prototype category awarded to product name QDRS, UV protection and heat production quantum dot roof for rubber drying chamber. Congratulations to students from Princess Chulaborn Science High School, Pathum Thani, Thailand. Give an applause. Congratulations to all the winners of the prototype category. Next, we move to the next category, which is ready-made products. Just like in the previous categories, we will announce the winner in this category, starting with the bronze medal. And bronze medal was awarded to product name Mr. Klimis, water-based pomade with impatient volume extract. Congratulations to students from SMK Citra Nusantara Klaten. Give an applause. Next, the silver medal in the ready-made product category awarded to product name Medis Star Electric. Congratulations to student from SMK Citra Medika Sragen. Give an applause. So is that the graphics is already can show it? Is that the graphic can show it? Okay. And then next is the gold medal in the ready-made product category. And the gold medal in the ready-made product category awarded to product name Aceton and Mr. Dalton. Congratulations to students from SMK Brawijaya Durenan. Give an applause. And congratulations to all the winners from this ready-made product category. All the products are amazingly good. We are currently entering the last category at high school level, namely the potential product category. Let's start again by announcing the bronze medal. And a bronze medal in the potential product category awarded to product name Simis. Congratulations to students from SMK Citra Medika Magelang. Give an applause. Okay. Is there any music that I can hear now? So, is there any music? So, yeah, that will be good. If we announce the medals, yeah. And then, next I will announce for the silver medal. Silver medal from potential product category. The silver medal is awarded to product name Sentinels. Congratulations to students from SMK Citra Medika Magelang. Yeah, it's okay. If there is no graphics there, we will see the graphics in the last of this event. You can see the winner. Yeah, we can repeat after this. That's okay. If there's any trouble in the programmer, that's okay. That's okay. That's okay. If there's any trouble in programmer, that's okay. We will see the winner after this event. You still can see the winner of the winner of this competition. That's okay. So last but not least, the gold medal. The gold medal in the potential product. And the gold medal in the potential product category awarded to product name Clitoria ternatea natural micellar water. Congratulations to students from SMK Kesehatan Mandala Bakti. Given an applause. Yeah, congratulations to all the winners in this category. You can see the graphics, the winner from this category after this event. That's okay. And congratulations to all the winners at the high school level. Of course, also congratulations to all finalists who have filed to reach this stage. You are amazing. Right now, at the second section, I will announce the result of the competition at the next level, namely the college student level. So who do you think is the champion? Surely everyone is curious, right? The first category is prototype. Okay, maybe the programmer can find the prototype graphics. Yeah, prototype for the college student. If you're ready, I'm ready. Okay, ready? Yeah, I'm trying to announce the bronze first, yeah? Now I will announce the winner. I will start from the bronze medal for the prototype category awarded to product name Alat Desalinasi Air Laut, or in English, Seawater Desalination Equipment. Congratulations to student from Universitas Panca Sakti Tegal. Give an applause. Okay, and then next we shift to the silver medal. Your silver medal awarded to product name Correctly Coffee. Congratulations to students from Politeknik Indonusa, Surakarta. Give an applause. And next, we move on the main medal in the prototype category, namely the gold medal. Gold medal in the prototype category awarded to product name Dynamic Panel Solar System. Congratulations to student from Universitas PGRI Madiun, or PGRI Madiun University. Give an applause. And congratulations to all the winners in the prototype category. So moving on the next category, namely ready-made product category for college student. Yeah. I start with the bronze medal. So I will start with the bronze medal. The bronze medal winners for the ready-made product category awarded to product name Edible Spoon. Congratulations to student from Politeknik Indonusa, Surakarta. Furthermore, for the silver medal awarded to product name Aromatherapy Candles. Congratulations to student from Duta Bangsa University, Surakarta. And this is what we are waiting for together. The gold medal for the ready-made product category is awarded to product name Microcontroller-based livestock scale using quality function development. Congratulations to student from Setiabudi University, Surakarta. Congratulations to all winners of the ready-made product category. Next, we enter the third category, namely the potential product category. Immediately, I will announce bronze medal awarded to product name Infact Online, web-based application with third-party payment gateway Mitrans. Congratulations to students from Duta Bangsa University Surakarta. Given an applause. Furthermore, for the potential product silver medal category, the award is awarded to the product named Eagle Shell Coffee. Congratulations to students from Politeknik Indonusa Surakarta. Okay, next I will announce a gold medal for the prototype category and the gold medal awarded to product name Sea Blaster, the Integrated Healthy Toddler Information System. Congratulations to students from Politeknik Indonusa Surakarta. And congratulations to all the winners for the prototype, for the potential category. Okay. And then we move to the next category. Sorry, if I'm wrong to say, the last category is potential. So correct me if I'm wrong, but the last category is potential product category. So poster is one of the important elements in this competition. So we need to appreciate it with an award. For the next category, I will announce the best poster. The third best poster is awarded to product name Dynamic Panel Solar System. Congratulations to students from PGRI Madiun University. So give an applause. Then the second best poster awarded to product name Microcontroller based livestock scale using quality function development. Congratulations to students from Setiabudi University. And the first best poster awarded to product name Development of Curhat.id. Service features based on application helping keep youth mental health. Congratulations to students from PGRI Madiun University. And congrats to all the winners for best poster. So not only poster were made by all the competition participants, but the participants also made videos in this competition. From the data we collect, there are some interest videos and deserve to be appreciated with an award. For that, I immediately announced that the third best video awarded to product name Augmented Reality Technology for Promoting Indonesian Tourism. Congratulations to students from STMIK Sinar Nusantara, Surakarta. Then the second best video is awarded to product name Spy Camera. Congratulations to students from Politeknik Indonusa Surakarta. And finally, the first best video awarded to product name Edible Spoon. Congratulations to students from Politeknik Indonusa Surakarta. And congratulations to all the winners in the best video category. All right, let's go straight to the last category, which is the favorite team category. The third favorite team category is awarded to product name Microgreens for Future or Urban Farming. Congratulations to students from Duta Bangsa University. Then the second favorite team category is awarded to product name Resident Web Application. Congratulations to student from Politeknik Indonusa Surakarta. And the last is the first favorite team category is awarded to product name Development Thermal Management System of Liquid Cooling Model with thermal pipe on a lithium battery in electric car. Congratulations to student from Universitas Sultan Ageng Tirtayasa. So that's all. I congratulate all the finalists for all their achievement. And I also congratulate all the winners from several categories. I hope the achievement of the participant in this competition will be a good start become an innovator or a new inventor who will continue to contribute to change the world for the better. Next, I will return the event to Miss Dinda as the today's host, who will guide us to enter the final part of the entire series of events of the second International Innovation Technology Expo 2022. So please, Miss Dinda.
Well, thank you for the announcement of the winner, Mr. Adimas. Congratulations to all the winners. And now we have arrived at the end of the second International Innovation Technology Expo 2022. I represent the entire committee. Would like to thank all the judges, speakers, participants, co-hosts, sponsors, media partners, and all parties that I cannot mention one by one who contributed to the success of this event. I represent the entire committee as well as apologize profusely if there are still some shortcomings in organizing this event. See you at Third International Innovation Technology Expo 2023. I am Dinda Marina Putri. Farewell to design. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.